Chairman Lamar, we are now live and on YouTube.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you to members of the Transportation Committee, our nonpartisan and partisan staff, our Commissioner of Department of Motor Vehicles and her team standing by at DMV headquarters, and members of our committee. This is our public hearing scheduled for March 9th, and it is referred to as our DMV Day. We are joined by our incredible team over at DMV, who has responded remarkably well to COVID internally in the operations of their agency, the protection of their staff, and the betterment of services for our entire state of Connecticut. As you look across the state, across the country, frankly, it'd be hard to find a state that has seen such a remarkable improvement in DMV operations as we've seen under the leadership team that we have in place here. So I'm thankful to have you guys here today, appreciative of the incredible work that you have done, and anxious to hear about some of the proposals that you have to continue that incredible work. With that, we have a lot of members who are in different meetings today. They'll be in and out throughout the course of the day. As usual, we have a robust attendance at our Transportation Committee, and it's great to see all these smiling faces. They will pop in and out throughout the course of the day, so please, members, as you join in, just raise your hand if you have questions. Myself or Senator Haskell will be sure to recognize you. And with that, Senator Haskell, Representative Carney, any opening comments? Seeing none, we will directly move over to the DMV team. As normal, we will reserve this first hour for our elected and public officials, and then we will go back and forth starting at noon with members of the public. So with that, Commissioner Magubani, Deputy Commissioner Guerrero, the rest of the team over at DMV, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Chairman Haskell and Lamar, ranking members Summers and Carney, and distinguished guests of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of Senate Bill 333, an act concerning recommendations by the Department of Motor Vehicles. I am joined today by my team, who will introduce themselves as questions are fielded to them. You have a copy of the testimony, so I am here to answer. I'm here with my team to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent, thank you, Commissioner. And yes, it's a comprehensive proposal before us today. I know there are a number of issues that committee members may have. I'm seeing some already. Representative O'Day, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and to your group for coming in today. I hate to do this. I know you've got a lot of interesting proposals. Is there a top priority of your proposals that you have?
I think they're all equally important to us. So I mean, in terms of constituent engagement team, we didn't really talk about that.
Yeah, I think Representative O'Day, if I could just say that it's a pretty comprehensive proposal. There's a lot of cleanup, a lot of minute changes to it, but overall, they're just as important as the other, as you all know.
Excellent. One thing that came out yesterday, yesterday, 2 days ago, so I've had a lot of complaints in my district with train system. The shutdown during COVID and the decrease in train schedules. But the one thing I will tell you that I had a huge amount of compliments about was DMV. I can't say that COVID was a good thing for any of us, but I will tell you that it had, you all handled it as well as you could have and made more things online, more consumer friendly. I actually had friends of mine tell me that they had a good experience at DMV, and I don't think I've ever had that happen before. So I do want to thank you for that. My understanding is you're more customer oriented than ever before. And, we don't get a chance. I tried to muffle my criticism with Metro North, with the DOT, saying, well, at least it's not all bad. The constituents that were listening to the Department of Transportation hearing, I just wanted to say that one of the good things that the government's doing right now is the DMV's gotten better. So I did want to thank you for that and commend you for that here publicly. One of the things, I do have some clients that run bus companies. And so one of the concerns they have and is that they have a very hard time getting bus drivers. And then once they do get bus drivers, it's hard getting them essentially through the DMV process, because you don't have as many inspectors as you used to have. And every inspector has to do recertification for drivers every year. And that's an old holdover from before the feds took care of that. So my question is there a way we can make it easier for these bus companies to get drivers, get them on the road, and then maybe not have as many inspections or recertifications of their drivers on an annual basis that's not required by the feds? As I understand it, we're the only state that does that.
So I'll take the first part, which is getting drivers on the road. The original process was between three agencies: DMV, DESP, and DCF. DCF was responsible for the background checks, DESP for fingerprinting, and then DMV for putting together all of the information in order to move the process forward. So what we've done this past year is bring those three groups together, realign the process to make it easier to not only get through. So that was one. We met as a group and realigned the end-to-end process. In addition, DESP has improved the fingerprinting process, so it takes a lot less time, as well as the working together with DCF has improved our ability to get through the background check also. So that, yes, so you're correct. It used to be difficult, but I think we've reduced the time from, Chris, how many weeks?
It was a couple of months that it did take. It's much quicker now.
So we've removed it from a couple of months to much quicker. So I will turn the rest of the question to Chris related to the second half of the question.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner and members of the committee. So I just wanted to start out with the commissioners have made CDL testing a priority for the state, obviously. Once the background checks are done, the knowledge test is implemented for the drivers to get their permits. And our branch operations division works very good with the bus companies to make those a priority for any knowledge tests that need to be done. Once the bus drivers go through those, the other unit, which is under my area for the skills test, we have a priority for those as well. Those are put at the top of the list and get the soonest appointments that we have in our schedule, which is usually within a week or so for a skills test. And that does a very good job of getting them on board. It's definitely been an issue over the past for just the companies to get drivers. But once they come in, and the bus companies work with DMV all the time, so we do make every priority to get the knowledge test done as quickly as possible. They go back and get their training at the company, and then we bring them in for their skills test. Just to touch on something else, Representative O'Day, I think you may have been referring to a proficiency test for bus drivers. Those are only done upon the renewal of their license, which is in 4 years and not every year. So that doesn't create that much of a burden. But we've taken quite a few steps to make both the knowledge / permit test and the skills test a top priority for getting bus companies and towns as quickly as we can get them. We've done an outreach program. Actually, yes, my boss, the deputy, could speak on that for the drivers.
Good morning, Representative O'Day. Nice to see you. And first, let me just state to the chairman for those nice comments in regards to DMV. And our staff has done a remarkable job during the COVID period, and obviously putting our constituents first and foremost, the safety, and they're obviously getting everything they want done in a quick and expeditious manner as possible. let's talk a little bit about, Representative Day, when you talk about, backlogs and also about bus drivers. This has been a national issue, as you know. Let me tell you what DMV did though. DMV went through their database and sent a letter out to all CDL operators who had the endorsements and asked them if they would be interested, if they weren't working, if they were retired, to come back and see if they would like to have some type of position with a school bus company. All right, out of 9,800 letters that went out, we were able to get almost 300 applicants, and we diversed them in regards to the regions where those bus companies were. So therefore, we're ready and willing to go with people to start driving buses, all right? And that was a huge accomplishment. In regards to background checks, as the commissioner stated, let's say this, from 3 months to 2 weeks, how's 48 to 72 hours Sunday, Representative O'Day? And that's where we stand today.
Rep O'Day, you're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. That's outstanding, and thank you very much, Mr. Guerrera. It's always good to see you there. Miss you in the house, of course. But I was sincere when I said that I had gotten a lot of compliments. The fact that you're reaching out, 9,800 letters going to drivers and getting 300 more bus drivers, that's outstanding. And that's just, that's fantastic. I'm very excited that you all have really turned that DMV around, and I'm very happy about that. My constituents are, and well done. My final question, Mr. Chair, just I know there's a lot of other people have questions. I see in line 330 to 333 of your proposed change that notwithstanding the provisions of section 14-111, the commissioner shall not suspend the operator's license of any person solely for the failure to pay any fines, fees, or charges associated with an infraction involving the use of a motor vehicle. But isn't that going to decrease the payment of fines?
I don't believe that's the DMV bill.
Yeah.
It's not.
I don't think that's
It's not? Oh, okay. All right.
Point of clarification, Representative O'Day, the DMV's bill is 333. There are other bills on today's agenda that touch on DMV. That was not a request of the agency itself. It was an individual legislator request.
Okay, I'm sorry. I assume you all would be opposed to that.
You assume correctly, Representative O'Day.
All right, I apologize. I read the wrong bill there. But thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate seeing you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. And I too have heard some better kudos for the Department of Motor Vehicle. It's nice once in a while as to hear something positive for a long time. So nice job. Representative O'Day hit on part of I have a couple of questions, but part of my question. And as far as the, I guess, for the site of testing and have a human that you need to have to provide some of these skill testing, I know that you raised the age, I believe, to 21, where a driving school can test someone. I hope it would go higher. Because I know there are adults that need driving tests and they may not have a car to get to your branch office. And if they don't have that, then they can't get to their job, all these kinds of things. So I am encouraged it got raised. I hope it goes higher for the ease of constituents. So that would just be a comment. I know that Representative O'Day was talking about the time period for fingerprinting and those types of things. I missed what you said because I know pre-COVID it was a few days and then it got up to months. What did you say is the timeline now? I know you were saying they're put at the top of the line, but what is the timeline?
Good morning, Representative Zupkis. Nice to see you.
You will.
The process, through the efficiency process with the Department of Children and Families and Public Safety. Once it gets to the Department of Motor Vehicle, the application, we're looking within 48 to 72 hours for a turnaround.
Oh, that's very good. That's very beneficial because, as we've all known, and you've just mentioned, the struggle with bus drivers these days. A question I guess I have is that the driver's license or the driver's ed unit is kind of overseen by DMV. Is that correct? And the branches?
Chris Smith, Chief Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, great. With some of these, because I have some driving schools in my district that, you know, have concerns because it's been taking a while. And some of their thoughts were, you know, if somebody from, they need a person to do a test and they have to, the DMV, the driver's ed unit oversees the branch. If someone's out or they're busy at the DMV, wouldn't it be easier if they kind of dealt directly with the branch versus having to go through it? To me, it almost seemed like there's two overseers of the same thing. So we have the DMV that oversees the driver's ed unit, but then the branches are involved and they have to kind of deal with both. So it might be easier if they're only dealing with one versus two. Any thoughts on that?
I'll turn that over to Chief Smith because he oversees that unit.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. So the way the program works is, although DMV oversees and licenses all driving schools, the driver ed program has a certain number of schools in it due to capacity and staffing levels. And then other driving schools would go to a branch to test their students, et cetera. The question, are you saying that all the schools should be under one area? I apologize, I'm not understanding that.
Well, I've been told that there were issues and it takes a long time. And really, we're talking about efficiencies and effectiveness of, you know, really for the people that are trying to get their license. And so as I was of the understanding, and this, I'm new to transportation, so forgive me for if I sound ignorant, but I was under the impression that the DMV oversees the driver's ed unit, but then there's also the branches are involved because the branches have to send people out to do the actual test. And so it just seemed like there might be some efficiencies that could take place to help that process.
Right, okay, thank you. So the driver's ed program is under a different unit than branch operations. And the driver's ed unit has agents that do travel to the schools to do testing. And the staffing reports under me. The agents that do testing within a branch report under the organizational structure of the branch operations. So there's a certain number of driving schools within the program, if you will, of driver's ed, and those skills tests are all done under my area. Branch operations does driving schools also that are not in our program, and then to the general public for appointments.
Okay, so I guess some driving schools report through you or who you oversee, and some go through branches. They all don't go kind of follow the same process.
They follow the process for getting their permits, you know, depending on the age of the students. So they get their permits in branch. Some will take the skills test at a branch office.
Yeah.
Others will take the skills test at the school because we send agents out to the schools that are in our driver ed program. So each school has requests a certain number of dates that they want appointments for, and then our agent gets assigned to go out to the school to do that. Branch operations does skills testings at the main offices,
Okay.
but with agents also.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And then my last question is, and it says an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statute. So I'm assuming that would be under you guys, House Bill 5366. And part of this bill has to do with used parts of cars, and that if I understand it correctly, that you are wanting only new parts. If a car, if I have an Acura, it's got 185,000 miles on it, and I hope it goes to 250, quite honestly. But if it is in an accident, that this law, if it goes into effect, would require that it is used new parts by Acura. Or if I drive a Pathfinder and I get hit and the tailgate gets demolished, that I could not go to a used parts dealer and say, okay, you're working on my car, put in a tailgate from anywhere, or a door on my Acura that's 10 years old. I would have to get a new part from the actual manufacturer. Is that correct?
Yeah. Good morning again, Representative Zupkis, Tony Guerrero here. That is not our bill. Our bill, I'm sorry, I know it seems to be a little bit confusing here. Our bill is 333, and I think that's someone that might have put some language in regards to the other bill that you just mentioned. If I'm correct there, Representative Lamar?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I can clarify again. The title of a lot of bills that affect motor vehicle statutes ends up with titles like this. But the only bill that the agency itself put in is Bill 333, Senate Bill 333. The rest have been introduced by different legislators or the committee as a whole. And so we had a hearing on those components. And you will get greater clarification on that bill later today, Representative Zupkis, because a lot of folks have signed up to speak on that bill.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the clarification. But since it does say revisions to the motor vehicle statute, I guess my question to you would be then, do you agree with that? Do you believe that people should?
Representative Zupkis, let me just say this. In regards to the agency, I did see that language that came out. I believe that there's a growing number of individuals that may say that, to your point, if you have an older vehicle and therefore you want a used part, that's fine. But I think there's the other side that says if I have a newer vehicle and I want a original part to that vehicle, that I should be entitled to that. And I think that's what it stems from.
I would agree. And my point of this whole thing, it should be consumer choice. And it does, I don't know that that bill does it, but I will talk to the proponents of that bill. But thank you. I appreciate your time, clarification, and your opinion on that for sure.
Thank you.
Representative Devlin, to be followed by Chairman Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, and your entire team. I do have a couple of just clarifying questions on Senate Bill 333, but I did want to start out also echoing my appreciation, the appreciation of my constituents. I think you guys have earned due recognition for what I would call a transformation of a state agency. You've really done a tremendous job. And I don't only hear those comments in general, but I also just want to commend the responsiveness to specific constituent concerns. You've really the agency's come a long way, and I think you are a model for how our agencies probably ought to work. So thank you for all of that. Two clarifying questions. One is in section 7, and really this is just for my understanding, lines 257 to 259. I believe this is around it's around the instructors, and I just wanted to understand, in subsection B, it says if the commissioner determines that an imminent threat to public safety or welfare exists by reason of a licensee's continued possession of of an instructor's license, et cetera. How does the commissioner make that determination? I'm not disagreeing with it. I just want to understand it.
I will turn that over to Chris Smith again. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Representative. So the language that we're adding here is similar to what we have for a school bus driver. And what this will do is we want to make sure that even with just an arrest before something has been adjudicated, that if in internally discussing this with the commissioner and our legal department, that if we have an instance where an instructor who is sitting next to children, doing this driving instruction, has some kind of an issue or an arrest that has taken place, and again, with guidance, the commissioner needs the ability to be able to say, we need to immediately get that driver, that instructor, I'm sorry, out of the car and get a hearing scheduled to err on the side of safety for the student, for our underage, students, similar to authority the commissioner currently has. If this was to be a school bus driver or school bus instructor, we want to make sure that the students and the public that is being, in this position with someone that we license, the commissioner has the ability to remove them immediately if there is such a serious threat that someone could be in danger. It's called a summary suspension.
Okay. No, I really appreciate that explanation, and I don't disagree. So thank you for that. My other question, again, just for my understanding, is in section 9, we've had an important word change, and I just wanted to understand why. We have moved from a shall to a may. And can you just speak to the purpose of that change? Which is in section 9, subsection A, line 292.
This is the way station representative?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. We changed that, Representative, because, first of all, nice to see you. We did change that, and let me explain to you why. We know that there are truckers out there that know when your way stations are open. They know what time you're gonna be open. They know what days you're gonna be open. So therefore, we like to mix it up a little bit. Let's put it that way. All right, because if you know every day that you're gonna be going by a way station and you know the hours are from 8 to 1 o'clock, unfortunately, there are some people out there, and not all, that will try to avoid that or try to circumvent that. And therefore, we felt as though by giving the commissioner the authority, all right, where it says may or shall, from shall to may, to change it up a little bit. So therefore, we put our inspectors at different times, at different hours, at different, locations. So therefore, we provide the best public safety that the state of Connecticut can have.
So the intent, and I appreciate that explanation, but the intent then isn't to eliminate that coverage. It's really just to mix it up for that unpredictability like you described.
Representative Devlin, I appreciate that. And I knew that question may be coming because you're right. And I can tell you this, that the commissioner and I have the utmost respect for everyone in this committee. All right. And we understand what public safety is. And that is why when we looked at this, we have to make sure that wherever trucks are traveling the roads, whatever it may be, all right, and as you know, we have a shortage of trucks out there, of drivers, and sometimes these trucks can be overloaded. And there's some cowboys out there, all right? And not to say that everyone's a cowboy, but we have to make sure that we change it around a little bit to make sure that we get those people that are violating the safety requirements for our roadways.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. Chairman Haskell, followed by Representative Steinberg.
Thank you so much, Chair Lamar, and great to see all of you. Thank you to the DMV team for your time today, and as my colleagues have said more eloquently than I can, for your exceptional work. It is so greatly appreciated by this committee and by the constituents that we represent. I just wanted to dive into 2 bills, and I apologize. I'm going to ask the department to maybe comment on bills outside of the ones that they put forward. I guess that's the trend today, but I hope you don't mind. One is thank you so much for your partnership on the issue of expanding CDL availability and addressing this critical workforce shortage. From the moment I picked up the phone and talked to the department about that bill, the response was yes, and you guys seem very willing to mobilize resources and help folks who are currently incarcerated but nearing the end of the term of their incarceration get qualified for their CLP and get into a high-paying job or perhaps apprenticeship. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. We'll likely discuss that bill in greater detail in later today as others testify, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about the DMV's capacity to do this, perhaps interest in doing this sort of work. Anything you want to say about that bill?
We are very interested in doing this type of work because we believe that a license allows, as you said, all citizens access to be able to really get jobs, house, bank accounts, and all kinds of key life events. And so the opportunity to provide the training for us is part of our overall community outreach program, where we're also working with DCF for teenagers that are within the system that are looking for licenses. We have a program. We're working with second chance facilities to make sure that the support staff is able to help citizens actually recover their credentials so that they can get a license. So what we're doing and what we are proposing is part of our overall strategy to outreach to the community to support any and all as we think about all of the opportunities that are going to be opening up in employment. If you don't have a driver's license, you can be left out of the new opportunities. So the DMV is certainly very, very supportive of anything that we can do to ensure that all citizens have equal access to employment. So that's my, comment. I don't know if the deputy has any other comments you might have.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. And as the commissioner stated from day one when she got here, this has been something that she wanted to really spend a lot of time. It's an initiative of the commissioner, and we couldn't agree with you more that this is an opportunity for us. We're always looked at as a DMV licensing, but how can we be a little more of an outreach to help those individuals that need more help than they can get? And this is one way of doing it, whether it's a reentry program, whether it's working with people who are about to be paroled to give them an opportunity to get a job, a good paying job. All right, so that way they're out there. So many times the commissioner and I have talked about this, and it's a sad situation. That's unfortunate. They can't get a job and they turn back to crime. All right. Imagine coming out knowing that tomorrow you're going to be driving a truck making $75,000 to $100,000 a year. All right. That's what these individuals make and turn their lives around. That is what her goal is. Again, I know that we are DMV with licensing, but it gives us a great opportunity to expand upon that. As just a licensing agency. We're more than that. We affect everyone's lives, and we want to make sure that we can help individuals get back on their feet and have a successful life.
Just one final comment. Really, the impact to citizens is when interagencies collaborate on behalf of citizens to make their lives easier. So that's why we're collaborating with DCF, we're collaborating with DOT, Department of Labor, because at the end of the day, that citizen belongs to all of us. And I think in the past, the DMV was viewed as, okay, you give a license, but really the license is what identifies that citizen. If we can use technology, we'll be able to determine their needs, who they interact with across the state of Connecticut, and really make it easier. It's one of the key points of the governor's overall agenda, which is, let's not make our citizens have to introduce themselves to us as a state every time they interact with us. And so really the license is that integrator that will enable us to not only leverage technology, but really enable our ability to have two-way communications with our citizens. I know that's a lot around the license, but really the question you ask is really important. And we need to really start to think about how do we look at that citizen as belonging to all agencies, and how are we all conspiring to enable them to aspire and achieve their life's goals. And so it's a little bit fuzzy and it's not transportation, but in a sense, it's about the human that we're dealing with.
Well, that's certainly what's most important. Thank you so much, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner, for your words on that topic. And I look forward to your continued partnership on this initiative. I just have one other question, if you don't mind. I see that my colleagues have their hands raised as well, so I'll try to be very brief, even though I've got there's so many things on the agenda we could talk about. There's a bill concerning the age cap for offsite testing. I believe it currently is set at 22, and I'm not sure if that's in statute. I think it's actually an administrative policy. I just wanted to give the DMV an opportunity to respond to the proposal that would lift the age cap and allow offsite testing for potential licensees of any age, or is there a reason for that cap currently sitting where it is?
There is a reason, and maybe I'll leave it. Chris Smith, you've had a lot of airplay, so you can give it to someone else, but why don't you take it?
Sure, thank you, Chairman Haskell. So that proposal, I don't believe that was a DMV submission, but at any rate, to speak to that, the program was initially created so that the younger drivers who are mandated to have classroom training, drug and alcohol training, have their parents involved, and also behind the wheel training also was put in place to allow it all to more of that to be done in one location. So where the student received their training, testing, etc., was all done in one place. And they have also found that that creates a higher success rate for the students because of the consistency done in that location there. The 21-year-old age limit was just put in place to basically keep it for the younger group of our customers, like I said, for the 16, 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds. And we do have a limited capacity in the driver ed unit with staffing. So if that was to be increased to allow other age groups or higher age groups, it could affect the number of appointments that our agents would have the ability to conduct, and may create a serving 21 a little bit more now.
Thing in here that the only thing in the
Captain, if you don't mind, let me hold on.
allows them to get approval from the commission is a affirmation from the zoning enforcement officer. Well,
Thank you, Captain. Please continue. I'm sorry for that.
Chris, do you want me to?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
So this is really about kind of the sweet spot of how the DMV is offering driving tests, right? So, and it refers to one of the questions we got earlier too, about them both happening in the branch and at driving schools. And really, and you're right that this is not in statute, but it's really about finding the sweet spot between the DMV staffing to provide this test and what the constituent need is. And our concern would be that putting this into statute and expanding it would take away that flexibility of us meeting the constituents where they are, being able to provide branch services that do reach a greater number of people.
Ms. Grady, if you don't mind, can I have you just introduce yourself for the committee's purposes and for the transcript as well?
Yes, thank you. I'm Catherine Grady, the legislative liaison for the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Thank you.
Now you can put the face with the name because she is our legislative liaison. And Senator Haskell, thank you for that question. If I could just say one other thing too, that you'd be amazed if you want to look in regards to appointments too, that the appointments that we have here at the branches are you can make them fairly quick. They're not out, like months or 2 months. You're, within 3, 4, sometimes 4 days, 5 days, or within weeks. So again, through this appointment system that the commissioner has put through, you're starting to see that the flexibility for people to get appointments is a lot easier than it was a year or 2 ago.
That's great to hear. Thank you for those answers. And Catherine, I just want to also take the opportunity to say welcome. I think that this might be your first time as the new liaison appearing before the committee. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with you. And thanks to your whole team for weighing in on that specific bill. Mr. Chair, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Haskell. And now, before we move on to Representative Sauerger, I apologize. Our committee is accustomed to having Chief Legal Counsel and Director of Legislative Affairs or Legislative Liaison take very prominent roles with our committee members and working with us on a variety of bills. There are new faces in the agency this year that some committee members may have not been introduced to. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves, it's a good opportunity for us to know you on a first and title basis as well.
Yep, and my name is Yvonne Parker Bear, and I am the agency acting legal director. And I look forward to working with the committee this session.
Thank you. We appreciate you being there. And again, like I said, your predecessors were not shy about sharing their opinions, so you should not be as well.
Oh, I'm not. Thank you.
Representative Lamar, I will say this. This agency's not shy, so I'll leave it at that.
And Catherine, you just introduced yourself, but again, if you wouldn't mind.
No problem. I'm Catherine Grady. On paper, I'm the Director of Legislative and Community Affairs, but to you, I'm the Legislative Liaison.
Thank you. Representative Steinberg, on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I didn't hear all of the testimony today, but I am really so pleased. I've been on this committee going on 12 years as Chair Lamar has. Just the kind of conversations we're having now about DMV are so different than they were a decade ago. And, I don't know that we legislators can take much credit for the work that you have done in recent years to change the entire conversation. But it's just very pleasing to be talking about the things we are today. And I really appreciated the dialogue that we've had. I want to direct this question to the Deputy Commissioner, if I might. It's good to see you. I read with interest your recent travails with COVID, and we're glad to see you here today. I just want to offer you the opportunity, perhaps as a therapeutic option, for old time's sake, if you want to just yell out tolls one more time.
Representative Steinberg, always good to see you. But I see that Representative Carney's hands up, so I yell that out. I don't think I'm going to be received with a good gracious on that. So that bill has been, let's put it this way, has been put on the shelves, my friend.
All right. To your point, not to prolong our conversation, I will yield. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. Representative Carney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I mean, I did think that was funny, but hold on one sec. My phone's ringing. Hold on one sec.
Well, this is awkward.
The problem with Zoom. I'm good. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Carney. And thank you to all of the team at DMV. I think you've heard from so many of us, and I think the ones you haven't heard from today are the constituents that we all represent across the state of Connecticut. I think it's been covered well in this meeting and in prior ones, but the reports that we're receiving from our constituents couldn't be more different than what we were hearing 10, 12 years ago. And your team, your focus on improving the customer satisfaction rates, improving customer service at each of the branches, moving as much as you can online and into people's living rooms and offices to expedite services and be able to engage in just basic DMV activities from the comfort of their living room instead of waiting outside in the cold or the heat for a couple hours has really dramatically improved the quality of life of all of our residents. Responded to COVID remarkably well, and everything that we hear from both your employees to legislators who are on this committee and those who are not, from our constituents to businesses who interact with the agency, from boat owners to driving schools, I'm hearing overwhelmingly positive responses to your work and your activities and your initiatives. And as chair of this committee, I couldn't be more thankful than the partnership that we've had and your ability to recognize challenges, to meet them, to recognize advice that we have as a committee, to push back on it when it's wrong, but to embrace it when it might be right. You've been a remarkable success story in state government, and I thank you all, each and every one of you, and your predecessors for the roles that you've played. So thank you all.
Thank you for your kind words on behalf of all of the employees at the DMV. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Roland.
And yeah, of course, and as I said, there are numerous issues on the agenda today that weren't your proposals. As you have a chance to review them over the next few days, weeks, months ahead, please feel free to either share with me or this committee any concerns that you may have on any of the bills that are on our agenda today. You can do that in writing. It doesn't have to be in person. But any concerns you may have, please make sure we're aware, and we will work to address each one of those.
Right.
Thank you again. All right, moving on. We have Representative Scott.
We believe it's on the other side, yes.
Hello, good morning. I'm Connecticut State Representative Tony Scott. I currently represent the 112th district, which covers all of Monroe and a portion of Newtown. I want to thank Chairman Haskell and Lamar, along with Ranking Members Somers and Carney, and the entire Transportation Committee for allowing me to speak today. I am here today to voice my support for HB 5366, an act concerning the revisions to the motor vehicle statutes, and specifically one portion of that bill around bioptics. That section of the bill is on page 11, starting on line 344. A short while ago, a constituent of mine, Sandra Gabrielle Busa, reached out to me letting me know of a condition her son Max has that will be preventing him from being able to attempt to get his driver's license. See, Max was diagnosed with juvenile macular degeneration at the age of 10. He is now a freshman in high school, and like all kids his age, are excited about the next big step, which is to be able to drive. Well, currently in the state of Connecticut, that would not be possible for Max. While he does have low vision, Max is well adjusted and his vision loss has plateaued. In fact, Max is even on the high school wrestling team and very active in scouts. I asked you to Google bioptics to better understand these vision enhancement lenses. I am no expert, but in just doing a little research, you can see how these are extremely helpful and how safe they are for drivers. Over 30 states, including New York, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania, allow for the use of bioptic lenses to get a driver's license and in driving. I ask you to add Connecticut to that list. Getting his driver's license would be a major step towards Max gaining his independence and becoming just another teenager. And keep in mind, there are many Maxes out there that will also have this benefit. Very likely someone in your district who might have just lost hope or doesn't know the power of their voice in reaching out to the representative to help make their lives better. You're going to be lucky enough to talk to Max and his mother, Sandra, a little bit later. I ask you to listen to their story, see how important and life-changing this can be. This is why we do what we do, to make a real difference to the lives of our constituents. And today, we can take a step forward for Max and others like him to gain their independence. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
And thank you, Representative Scott, for bringing this issue to our attention, for introducing the concept to the committee. Representative Carney made it clear during our screening process that this was important to him and to you, and we're glad to have your testimony here today to help highlight the issue, bring greater understanding to the challenges that your constituent and many constituents of ours have. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you allowing me here today.
Are there any questions for Representative Scott? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Lieutenant Gresh from the City of Bridgeport. Is Lieutenant Gresh here? I saw his name. Let's see.
It looks like he is not in the waiting room at the moment. He might have jumped off, but if he gets back on, we'll be sure to bring him directly up to you.
Excellent. With that exhausts our public officials lists for this morning. We can move on to the general public who signed up to speak today. And the first on our list is Peter Bowman. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Chairman. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you to the honorable members of the committee for having us and allowing me to speak in opposition to Senate Raised Bill 332. This is the bill that was proposed by the insurance industry, demanding and requiring that there be a delay in any ability of consumers to hire repair facilities upon a crash or other motor vehicle issue that they may encounter. And unfortunately, this bill is simply a blatant attempt by the insurance industry to circumvent the anti-steering law that has been on the book for decades in Connecticut. That law is General Statutes 38A 354, details the requirements of insurance companies and what they are prevented from doing as it relates to steering consumers to use certain body shops. And this bill, if made law, would limit choice for consumers as it relates to raised bill 332. It would prevent the proper handling of car crashes on our highways. It would cause traffic delays and would be in direct contradiction to laws and case law that has been set forth by the Superior Court, the DMV itself, and other aspects of our law. I'm a personal injury attorney. I represent hundreds of people who are involved in car crashes. From that experience, I can tell you that Bill 332 is simply the insurance companies attempting to find new and creative ways to deny claims, refuse to pay claims, and limit the monies that they pay when their insurance contract requires it. As we all know, insurance companies are some of the largest financial institutions in the world. We all pay monthly premiums or yearly premiums to have car insurance. And in fact, the insurance companies collect net premiums of $1.2 trillion, not billion, trillion dollars. They're using that financial might now to try to limit consumer choice and attempt to keep as much of this trillions of dollars that they have as possible. In regards to this, I speak to you also on behalf of clients. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not being paid for my time here today. I'm simply a member of the public and concerned about what I see the insurance companies doing to tow truck operators, auto body shops, and others. And this bill is a step in the wrong direction. It will, as I said, be in direct violation of the anti-steering law. Further, if we take a step back and take a forest view, the bill asks that there be a 24-hour waiting period before someone can sign a contract to repair a vehicle. Let's imagine, for an example, someone who has a flat tire on the roadway or has a problem with their transmission on their car that can be easily fixed either on the highway, as we see in numerous occasions with larger vehicles, or at simply being towed to a facility and repaired there. That person would have to wait an additional day before they could have that repair done, because I'm sure, as the committee is familiar, there needs to be a written contract of repair by facilities before they can repair a vehicle. And so if you institute a 24-hour delay, you will now have a huge backlog of consumers having to wait an extra day to have their vehicles repaired. That makes no sense and will simply just be one more instance of which the consumers, the people and the population of the state of Connecticut will be annoyed by the conduct of insurance companies. Further,
Hey, Peter, I hate to cut you off. You're just right at the end of the speaker time limit. If you could kind of summarize, and they'll move to questions and answer from committee members.
Yeah, thank you, Philip. In general, I think the idea here is that the failure to allow this, institute this policy of delays would be strongly against and would put our traffic and our tow truck operators at risk and would prevent the proper removal of vehicles. And with that, I'm available for any questions that the committee may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, and thank you for bringing those concerns to the committee about the proposed bill. The Insurance Association and other interested parties will be testifying later today, so I hope you'll listen in later to their testimony as well, because this committee has a tendency to bring opposing viewpoints together around a table and try to find a solution where possible. And I hope you'll be amenable to that potential outcome from this hearing, if you don't mind. With that, I see Representative Carney has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Bowman, for your testimony. You know, we've had this before us. We had it before us last year, and now we have it before us again. I'm just trying to really try to figure this one out. So, I mean, according to you and your expertise, I mean, do you think everything is just fine with the way towing is done, especially with these, you know, I guess they could start out as non-consensual tows, become consensual tows. But I mean, these are people that it sounds like to me are in an accident. Really, I mean, their choice is probably not great at that point. So I'm just trying to hear from you. I mean, do you think there are ways to improve this process?
Well, there are numerous ways to improve the process that are not within the bill. We essentially have paid fire departments, in which they are, that's what these tow truck companies are. They clear our highways, they focus on quick clearance, and they do a great job. And they help the community insofar as reducing traffic. Now, there are many modifications that I'm sure interested parties would be willing to consider, but this is a step in the wrong direction. The challenge here is you have a situation, right, as you described, a non-consensual tow. The DMV set up a non-consensual tow rate system in order to prevent, price gouging, as you'd imagine, and certainly not that tow truck drivers would do that. But if you're on the side of the road, you call a tow truck company or you call the police and they say, oh, it'll be $10,000 to move your car, you have no choice, right? So there is a base rate that the DMV set, and they have capped those fees. And that system, while I think the fees are low, is generally works well, and it provides the opportunity for the consumer not to be price gouged. And then once that vehicle is moved off the roadway, whether for a repair issue, a mechanical issue, or if they're involved in a car collision, that vehicle then goes to the shop. And right now, the vehicle, in my experience, for my clients and otherwise, the vehicle that at that time, that is when the anti-steering law comes into effect, and they are offered a choice, and they are given paperwork that has specific details and lists and requirements in the paperwork. And they go through it and they say, would you like us to repair it? Yes or no? And they also can have that vehicle moved to another facility of their choosing. If for example, their car breaks down in Stratford, they can move it to if they live in West Hartford, they can have it towed to West Hartford, and they can come to an agreement as to that, or they can work within the state's non-consensual rates that have been capped by the DMV. And so so far as that system works, I think it works generally well. What the insurance companies, I think, are trying to do is enable them a 24-hour window for them to dive into this situation, get in contact with their insured, the consumer, and try to convince that consumer to move the vehicle to a facility that will be more beneficial to them as opposed to more beneficial to the consumer. They're essentially just trying to shoehorn in the anti-steering, against the anti-steering law in this bill. And that's really the only situation I can see. There's no benefit to the public. There's no benefit to the safety. In fact, this will just delay issues related to the public and safety. And certainly, as you'd imagine, there's also the opportunity for those consumers to move their vehicle wherever they would like or under the direction of that. The tow truck driver is required to take the vehicle where they would like to, as long as it is safe for the roadway, once it has been to their shop. So there's not any situations where the car has to be held there. There's not situations where, hey, you have to sign this or I won't move your car. Those laws are there. And I don't think there's any situation, and I certainly, I see there's lots of people testifying about other issues. There is not a line out the door or a line on Zoom of people saying, oh man, I really wish I had 24 hours to think about what to do with their car. This is simply the insurance company trying to fit in their direct repair facilities and programs to reduce costs, to keep more of their money and have the vehicles not repaired at the place of the client's choosing.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I guess, just a follow-up question, just so I can understand the situation a little bit better. So if I were to get into a car accident and a tow truck were to take my car, let's say to, Dave's tow truck, mechanic, and within that 24 hours, say this passes, and within that 24 hours, I decide, well, I don't want to go to Dave's, I want to go to Mary's. When that happens, so Dave's towing would get no financial benefit from that whatsoever. Instead, I would have Mary's towing come and pick up my car, and then they would do the repair.
Yeah, that's certainly one way that you could do it. Okay. So if we're using Dave and Mary as an example, Dave would tow from the scene of the crash. They would bring it to their facility, and then the person would then say, okay, well, I'm going to think about what I'm going to do. And then Mary's towing could come pick it up, or Dave's could move it to Mary's towing. Okay. And again, this stuff does not happen immediately. The idea is, these are small repairs, but also with larger stuff, we want to get that car assessed, and the facilities cannot touch it without a written contract. So this 24-hour delay is just going to, cause havoc in the system, and you're going to end up with all these cars sitting. And actually, in fairness to the consumer, it's going to actually increase their storage charges. So tow truck facilities, auto body shops really should be an advocate of this, saying, oh yeah, an extra day of storage before I can do anything. That's great. That's more money. But they're not, because they know that extra day is just going to frustrate consumers and prevent them from allowing them to choose and get that car back on the roadway as fast as possible.
All right. Thank you very much, Attorney Bowman, for your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative.
Thanks.
Chair Haskell.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. And just following up on Representative Carney's question, thanks for your testimony, Mr. Bowman. You mentioned that currently consumers aren't necessarily being asked to sign a document that forces them to agree to more than 24 hours of storage. So if that isn't currently the practice, why? I guess I don't quite understand the opposition to this legislation, which would prohibit a practice that you say is currently not in place.
Well, and thank you, Senator, for that question. We're in opposition to this, or I'm in opposition to this, because the issue is that if the car comes there, it cannot be touched for 24 hours, and then that prevents the consumer from getting their car back on the roadway. It delays that further. And it also, there is, to your point, Senator, there is no requirement of any signing as it relates to a non-consensual tow. So once the car is towed from the facility or from the roadway to the facility, that car can be released at any time under the state rates and pay those state rates that are very clear, which are, relatively reasonable and, compared, to nationwide. So the problem is that the delay, and I think, Senator, perhaps I was not as clear, the auto body shop or the repair facility cannot touch that car for 24 hours if this bill were to pass. They can't do anything with it because they couldn't even repair a flat tire, because they need some sort of signed contract to work on vehicles as required by the DMV. So that then causes further delays, whether for minor incidents or for larger ones, to understand the potential damage and whether a car is totaled. For example, my clients who are involved in car crashes, they want to know if their car is totaled right away, and they want to know if they can get it back on the roadway. And of course, they want that as soon as possible. That will further reduce the need for rental cars and would allow for this to expedite further. The consumer, if they can't have the car touched for 24 hours, now has an extra day of rental, an extra day of storage, and really for no purpose, because there's no public screaming for this bill. There's no public saying, oh man, my car, I had to sign this paper and, I didn't understand it. These are documents, these are clear documents that DMV regulates that say everything, lay things out in certain type and font, and that's all been regulated by the DMV. So, to suggest, as the insurance company, is that there needs to be some cooling off period, I think just doesn't exist. The problem isn't there. It's just, again, simply the insurance companies in my position trying to find another way to keep that $1 trillion.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Bowman. I appreciate that, and I'll continue listening and learning today.
Thank you, Senator.
And thank you again for your testimony, Mr. Bowman. As you might imagine, we'll have the representatives from the insurance associations later today. Also, as you might imagine, they have a completely different perspective on how things play out and where the costs end up ultimately being borne. And so, as I mentioned earlier, I think it might behoove us to bring people together as this bill proceeds to try and determine if there is a more appropriate approach to this that benefits consumers and neither indirectly or directly benefits an insurance association or towing companies at the expense of those consumers. So I'm hoping you're willing to sit down and work with us as we move forward.
My door is open. My email is open. I'd be happy to have those conversations. And I know that representatives from the towing and recovery professionals, as well as the auto body shop, would be happy to continue to have those conversations with the committee, to resolve this issue as well as others.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Lieutenant Gresh followed by Mr. Ogunchigwa.
Hi, good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the Transportation Committee for giving me this opportunity to discuss an issue that I believe needs to be addressed to help our students. I've been a Bridgeport Police Lieutenant for the last 22 years, and for the past 12 years, I've been working with the Board of Education. And I'm here today to testify in support of Bill 5366, an act concerning revisions to the motor vehicle statute, which includes language that would allow Bridgeport and other police departments and municipalities to issue civil violations for cars that pass school bus signs using camera technology. This legislation will help us better protect our school children. Bridgeport did a pilot program about 8 months ago where we put on 5 school buses, we put cameras on the stop signs. It was scary, frightening to see how many vehicles pass these school buses. Our most vulnerable students getting off these school buses was nearly run over. And it wasn't just one car, it was multiple cars. Currently, the way the legislation writes is it has to be a ticket by a police officer. What we're trying to propose is to do a civil ticket. So this way we can reduce, obviously in the state of Connecticut, I think around the country, the issue we're having with police manpower. We just don't have enough. We know the only way to protect or do enforcement to less these violations is through enforcement. We've got technology that can show us every car that passes these school buses. What we'd like to propose is when a car goes through these stop signs, clear violations when the arms go out, that we can civilly send a ticket through the mail, not using a police officer, using a civilian to view the video footage, see it a clear violation and have that process instead of going through the court system. By doing this, obviously the only way we can safeguard is doing enforcement. And right now, there is no enforcement. In Bridgeport, I could count on how many hands that we give out these violations. And it's about saving the children. You know, this pilot program just brought up to light by looking at this video how dangerous it is. How much is a life worth? I'm not talking about money making here. I'm talking about trying to do the enforcement to stop the violations. As we know, the only way to stop violations, unfortunately, is through enforcement. And I can tell you, as a police department in Bridgeport, we're short over 100 police officers. Our recruitment is, we're not getting people to become police officers no more. It's very hard. So this is going to be an issue recruiting for the next few years, which falls in line to, we have to look outside the box to do these violations. And our most vulnerable are our children. And I take this personally because when I see it every single day, these violations and these kids that just feel like they have the right of way in cars just going by them, striking them or nearly hitting them, we have to just look at technology and use something different. You know, reading this legislation, they wanted to reduce the bill from $450, which I believe is very expensive, to $90. You know, I would say do it $250. So this way people feel it. We can afford to pay for the cameras and we can do the enforcement. If we don't start looking at different ways of enforcing these violations, nothing's going to change. We do the tolls around the country and everyone gets when they go through a toll, they get a fine in the mail. It should be the same thing. People should fear going by stop buses with stop signs out. And it hits every community. It's not just Bridgeport. We see a big issue in Bridgeport and we have to think outside the box to address it. So what I'm asking is, please just take a look at this. Take a look at where we can do it, where we don't have to go through the courts, where the officer has to go and appear in front of the courts, and we tie the officers up for hours or days testifying when they plead not guilty to the violation, or the courts just reduce it to take a plea. It's about sending the right message. If you go through a stop sign, we will be mailing you an infraction. Take it away from the police. Let's get the civilians to do it. We can train them to do it. we'll do the evidence, basically, like the tolls or the parking tickets that we enforce today, and we will save lives. I think this is simple. I think maybe too simple. And I think,
Lieutenant, I hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to give you a warning. You've kind of hit the speaking time limit. If you could kind of summarize it, they'll move to questions and answers.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just so passionate about this. I've never done this before, but I'm just hoping if I get the support in this bill, other cities across the town will find the benefits, and our most vulnerable. I'm not here asking for money. I'm not here saying give the police department more money. What I'm asking for, help me enforce these violations by making it a little simpler of the process.
Thank you, Lieutenant Gresh, for your testimony. And I want to thank the City of Bridgeport and your department for taking part in the pilot program that we established a few years ago, because it's through the work that you've done and that other communities have done that we've recognized some of the limitations in the current construction of the program. And I think your recommendations are well heard and well considered. And this committee felt it was important to take them up for public hearing this year because, frankly, we agree with you. We agree that we need to have greater understanding, awareness of the laws, and make sure that all of our drivers are paying attention to those extended stop arms, the fact that children are crossing the road and being hit at alarming levels, the increase in pedestrian fatalities, the increase in travel speed, the increase in car weights, the increase in distracted driving. It's all exacerbating the issue when people are not paying attention to school buses and their extended arms. And we all know the tragedies that you sadly have had to deal with and the tragedies that we're seeing around our state. So I do appreciate your willingness to bring this forward and be considerate of the ideas to make the program more effective. And with that, we have a number of representatives who have questions for you, if you don't mind. We'll start with Representative Carney, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Hi, Lieutenant Gresh. Thank you very much for your testimony. And, as you mentioned, your passion for this issue, I certainly think it's very important. My only, I don't know if it's really a question, concern is how would we go about, it's easier to say, let's have civilians do this as opposed to a licensed police officer. But how would you work that out with, the police union and, I guess any liabilities or anything that could come with allowing a civilian to do this versus someone who is essentially, an expert in their field?
So it's all video recorded. It's pictures. It's a clear violation. It's reviewing it. A civilian can review it. We do it with parking violations now. We have cameras on hydrants, cars parked there. They mail the tickets. They review it. We have an appeal process. I think with the police department, it's about, we have to, and sometimes we forget, this is about the kids. This isn't about the adults. This is about saving lives. So, this is the best for the kids. I don't think it'll be an issue because you're providing them the clear evidence. This isn't something you want to send someone. If it's a gray area, it has to be clear and concise.
Right. Okay. No, I appreciate it. It's just, I know we've kind of run into issues in the past with, I don't know about this, but some other things where, the police union doesn't necessarily support it, or even I'm thinking more red light cameras. I know we had, that was up for discussion a couple of years ago, and there were some questions about who would actually be sending out those tickets and things like that. So if we can work something out, I agree with you. I think this would, especially for a violation like this, that is so egregious and does put children's lives at risk. I would agree with you, and I hope we can try to come up with something that will improve the situation. So I really appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Zupkis, followed by Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Lieutenant, for coming today. This is an extremely important issue, and I've actually seen it only one time, and I was horrified that somebody would actually go around a stopped school bus. They're our most precious gifts, right? And so I appreciate your passion and your work. And like Representative Carney said, you know, if we can get through some of those things that he talked about, it's something we definitely have to take a look at. And I guess this is more of a comment to the committee, I'll say. This issue is so important, but it's in a bill with so many other things. And unfortunately, when these types of things happen, kind of the good stuff might be hurt because of other stuff in a bill. And there's some other issues that I have with this bill, but this is not one of them. And I hope this committee will look at maybe even pulling this out as a separate issue, because when we have these big bills and there's so many different things in it, it all gets lost, it all gets mucked up. And we want to make sure that the really good things that should be done like this is really looked at and hopefully even set aside, and not part of such a big bill. So thank you. Thank you for that, for your testimony.
Thank you so much. And I've never done this before. It's just working with students for the past 12 years and seeing the violations. And as a parent, you know, we send our kids to school and they get on these buses, and, you know, we have to make sure they're safe. And
That's
sometimes
right.
we have to forget, we have to remember this is about the kids. This isn't about us. And I think it gets so tied up in litigation when everyone's looking, well, who's going to make money on this? And this is about the safety. And I don't think any police department in the country would say, hey, let's not do this because the cops ain't making money. I'm saying, look, we don't need to pay a cop big money. We can do it more effective and efficiently and save lives.
Well, you did a great job and your passion comes through. And I even more appreciate you don't ask for money. I think you're maybe be the first person that ever comes before us that doesn't ask for money, but it's certainly an important issue. And again, I hope it will be pulled out of this bill, because sometimes you can't support a bill for other things and good things like this get hurt. So thank you. Thank you for coming. Great job.
Thank you.
Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant, thank you very much for your testimony. I can hear your passion. I couldn't agree with you more. I represent a good portion of the city of Waterbury, and I have a lot of schools in the inner city with tough no pass zones, and yet people still manage to try to squeeze past a bus. I couldn't agree with you more. And at the end of the day, this is completely about the safety of the children. And I would also like to, if this can't be carried on the omnibus, then it should be stripped out, because this is something that I believe is a good piece of legislation that should be looked at across the entire state of Connecticut. So, Lieutenant, thank you for your advocacy and thank you for your work.
Thank you all. I know this is difficult, but thank you.
And thank you again, Lieutenant Gresh, for your testimony today and highlighting some of the issues with the current pilot program and how we may seek to amend it if we want to make it effective for communities across the state. We really do appreciate your efforts on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, committee. I really appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we have Mr. Archingua, followed by, we'll go with Mr. Archingua first, and then we'll figure out who's after that. Mr. Archingua, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Chairs Haskell, Lamar, Ranking Members Summers, Carney, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Uzomo Archingua. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm the founder and CEO of Emilio, a nonprofit technology company that uses software to build a more rehabilitative correction system and reduce recidivism. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 334. A little about myself. I was born in Chicago, Illinois, but I spent my early childhood in Nigeria before moving to Connecticut with my family at 8 years old. My commitment to criminal justice reform stemmed from my early childhood experiences. Soon after moving to West Hartford, I met many of my lifelong friends. Tragically, but not surprisingly, many of them ended up incarcerated. Data tells us that African-American boys have a 1 in 4 chance of ending up incarcerated in their lifetimes. Accordingly, I had a far greater chance of ending up in New Haven Correctional than I did at Yale, where I'm graduating with a law and business degree. Poverty and limited opportunities is the main driver of mass incarceration and recidivism. The poorer and less educated you are, the more likely you are to end up in prison. Senate Bill number 334 is a transformative legislation because it provides a solution to the very core of this problem. It provides Connecticut jobs and opportunities for those who need it most. Emilio is a Connecticut-grown nonprofit based out of New Haven. To date, we have contracts with 4 state prison systems, providing free video calls, e-messaging, voice calls, education, and job training to the incarcerated. We've learned that the main driver to successful reintegration after release isn't willingness, it is poverty and lack of opportunity. Formerly incarcerated people need stable jobs for the same reasons everyone else does. However, they're often unable to find work. So we decided to build an all-in-one upskilling platform for underserved populations, providing low-cost job certification and case management. We started with trucking for 2 simple reasons. There's a national trucking shortage, and this trucking shortage is so severe that criminal records is no longer a barrier to employment. Bill 334 is a win-win-win. Connecticut trucking companies will have more truckers to hire. Connecticut's incarcerated persons will have a second chance to rebuild their lives, and Connecticut will have less recidivism, which will save taxpayers money. Here's how our virtual trucking program works. Emilio will provide CTDOC, ruggedized Emilio tablets, or work off of existing hardware in the facilities. Incarcerated students will be given access to our proprietary virtual CLP program course. Students are able to watch videos, take practice quizzes and tests. Once they're scoring at least 80%, we schedule a CLP examination. Once our students, some of our students will be hired with just their CLPs, given the increased interest in apprenticeship programs. Others, upon release, will enroll in our partner driving ranges and earn their CDLs. Impact, not profit, is our goal. Our CDL model requires the bulk of Emilio payment upon the student's successful completion of the exam. If selected as a vendor, we will have greater reach than the vocational village, which aims to serve 15 students a year. We're currently serving over 50 formerly incarcerated students in New Haven right now. We can save the state money by shifting resource and hiring obligations away from the DOC. Working with Emilio to deliver in-prison CLP training will be superior to burdening DOC with this role, because as a technology company that's currently serving thousands of incarcerated people across the country, we're well equipped to deliver virtual programming at scale. Given our expertise with the Department of Corrections across the country, we believe rollout of our virtual CLP program inside Connecticut prisons will be smooth and burden-free. We will provide customer service, so this will not be a burden that falls on DOC staff. We will also provide virtual and in-person program or training to DOC staff on how to navigate the CLP course. In summary, Emilio is ready and willing to provide CLP and CDL training to incarcerated individuals in Connecticut. We firmly believe that a public-private partnership is integral to solving Connecticut's trucking shortage and driving down recidivism through job training. I urge you to support this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Archingwa, for your testimony, and frankly, for the incredible amount of time and effort that you and I think a few other people have devoted toward this issue. You've done remarkable work. I think you've evidenced the clear benefits that the program would offer. You've built relationships inside DOC, State Board of Education, Department of Motor Vehicles, with private companies who are interested in partnering with you. This, frankly, I am inspired and impressed by the amount of work that you've done and the thoughtfulness you've added to this conversation and the focus that you've brought to it. I know you've been working very closely with Senator Haskell on a number of components of this program as well. Frankly, I don't know that I've been more impressed with anything I've seen in this committee over the last couple of years, the amount of work and attention that you've brought to developing this program. So I just want to say thank you for all of that work, and hopefully the fruits of that will bear out in the program that we develop here in this committee. But you have people singing your praises in state agencies across Connecticut and private companies across the state who think that this is a model that we need to embrace, develop, and then enhance. And I get the sense that if we could get this part of it right, you're willing to tackle other large-scale challenges we might face. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that.
Are there any questions for Mr. Archingwa about the program? Seeing none, I encourage everyone to take a look at his written testimony, to take a look at the work that he envisions and the supportive testimony that DMV, DOC, and State Board of Education have provided. And thank you again for joining us here today. All right, moving on. We have next on our list, but I'm not seeing them yet. So I have Jean Solaire, John Parisi. Is Jean? Jean, you are here. Excellent.
Jean, you need to accept the promotion to panelist, and it'll log you into this side of the hearing room so you can speak. There should be a prompt or something appearing on your end. Mr. Chair, there might be a little bit of technical difficulties at the moment. Jean, you might have to log out and log back in. Mr. Chair, we might want to move to the next person down the list.
Jean, I will get to you. As soon as you get in, we will get right to you. So don't worry that you're going to lose your place in line. We will certainly go back to you. We'll just try to handle the technical limitations here. Next, we have John Parisi, followed by Brooke Foley. Is John in?
Yes, I see John is in the room.
Excellent.
John, if you can turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
Okay. Hi, good morning, everyone. Senator Haskell, Representative Lamar, Ranking Members Summers and Carney. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of House Bill 5366, and I'm speaking primarily to sections 12 through 14. These sections are focused on consumer safety, consumer choice, and curbing outside interference in vehicle repairs by entities such as insurance companies that are not trained, not licensed, and by operation of self-interest and conflict, not in any way logically positioned to interfere. An analogous situation in my mind would be like a surgeon preparing to operate on a patient, believing that titanium plate and screw is best for the patient, when an untrained outsider comes in to tell the surgeon that she can only use aluminum, even though it would not be safe or appropriate and below the standard of care. If that sounds absurd, it is, but that's precisely the type of thing that's happening all the time in the context of auto body repair. Outside interference, such as insurance companies, are relentlessly pressuring licensed repairers to compromise quality. OEM is the standard of care. Everyone agrees with that. And just as you would want your doctor to use his or her best judgment when operating, you would want your licensed repairer to do the same and follow the manufacturer's specifications. In light of today's technology and safety systems, there is no other plausible option. I certainly would not want to put my family in a vehicle that was fixed on the cheap, and I don't think any one of you would either. Now, you'll likely hear objections today from used and or aftermarket part sellers, and I would suggest that these objections are misguided. The language at issue does not prohibit the sale of these parts. It only prohibits unlicensed outside forces from telling licensed repairers what they need to do. And consumer choice is paramount to this language. That was a great point brought up earlier by Representative Zupkis. This language gives consumers more rights and protections from self-interested outsiders looking to take away consumer choice and consumer safety. Thus, the only theoretical effect this could have on part sales would be in the context of those sales that originated from improper coercion in the first place. And in an effort to keep my remarks brief, I will end there and I'll welcome questions. But quickly, just before I end, I wanted to make a note. I heard Attorney Bowman's comments earlier on Senate Bill 332. I did not submit any written remarks in that regard, but I do wish to join Mr. Bowman's articulate remarks in support of his opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Parisi. If you would like to submit any written comments on that bill, the link will still remain open after this public hearing, and you can submit any comments either in support or great support, it sounds like, of that bill as well. There are a few questions for you. We'll start with Representative Devlin, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Parisi, for your testimony. I'm just curious, based on what you were saying, if you could give me a real life example so I have a better understanding. You were talking about unscrupulous dealers and forcing parts. Can you just give an example of what that situation would be?
Sure.
And really, I'm asking for my own understanding.
Okay, sure. So a lot of times, and I'll use the most typical and likely example of how this would play out would be, let's say a licensed repairer believes that a particular bumper reinforcement part that was manufactured by the manufacturer would be necessary to replace in the event of your collision. And that bumper is important because it's going to affect the timing of the airbags. It's going to affect how all the safety systems work and so forth. And it's going to fit and function the way the manufacturer intended. And let's say, for example, the insurance company says, well, I can get a cheaper bumper from Taiwan that likely has never been crash tested and is made of different parts and materials. And the licensed repairer says, I don't feel comfortable that that's going to fit and function the way it needs to. And I don't feel like that's going to be safe for you. But what happens is the insurer comes in and says, well, that's all we're paying for. And they do that a lot. And so many licensed repairers are put in a position of, either compromising their better judgment in order not to lose money, or eating the difference or charging it to the consumer. And that could happen in the context of a particular part, or it could happen in the context of a particular repair procedure. We had a case in Texas a couple of years back where there was a particular repair procedure that was necessary. The manufacturer advised the insurer pressured the repair shop to use, instead of spot welding, they used a glue or something. And when the vehicle got caused to get in a crash, the occupants got stuck because of the way the car crumbled. And it ended up in like a $50 million judgment because these poor people got stuck in the vehicle and burned. And I mean, that's somewhat of a unique example, but that's the idea of when we're compromising the way we're fixing cars or the parts we're using in the interest of cheapness and in the expense of safety, that becomes a problem. And it's really endemic right now. So that's why I think the Department of Motor Vehicles, which oversees and licenses repairs, for the motor vehicle, or to include this in the motor vehicle bill, to say, we want to leave the licensed repairers who are in the best position to make these judgment calls along with the consumer. We want to leave them with the rights to make those choices. I think that's in the better interest of consumers and will undoubtedly result in safer repairs.
Great. I really appreciate that explanation. I wasn't quite sure what you were referencing before, but it was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Representative Zupkis.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon now. Good afternoon,
Okay,
Mr.
good afternoon.
Parisi. So do you represent a certain group?
Yes, I'm the general counsel of the Auto Body Association of Connecticut.
Okay. So I guess my thought on this is, in talking with folks, like, again, I think I already said this, I drive an Acura that has 185,000 miles on it, and I want it to go to 250,000, quite honestly.
Okay.
And I don't know that I would put in, say, a bumper that did you come to a point where how much money you put into your car versus getting a whole new car. And I cannot afford a new car now. I cannot afford an electrical vehicle, any of those kinds of things. However, with that being said, I'm really about the consumer choice. So I could understand if somebody had a brand new, I don't know, Tahoe or whatever, or a brand new Acura, and it got into an accident where they would probably want to put in a brand new door or a door from that manufacturer, right? Mm-hmm. But in my case, for example, or other people's cases, that might not matter. And so what I don't want to do is I don't want to mandate or put into law something that says, no, you have to get it from the manufacturer. You have to do it this way. So how do you feel about that?
I agree 100%. And I think what's proposed gives the consumer the right to make that decision. The only thing the bill does, as proposed, is it prohibits an outside party, and oftentimes that's an insurer, but it could be any outside party, from interfering in that discussion between the licensed repairer and the consumer. Now, there are any number of parts that may be made in an aftermarket context. I mean, there's different parts, right? There's aftermarket, which means it's manufactured by someone else. There could be used parts that are manufactured by the OEM. They're OEM used. And then there's brand new OEM parts, right? Those are the three primary ones that we're thinking about here. And there may be, for example, a mirror or something like that that is not a safety concern. And the consumer says, yeah, I'm okay with the aftermarket. It looks fine and it's going to function fine. That's fine. And that happens all the time. That's no problem. And that's not generally what we're objecting to. But when you get into right now, and I, like Attorney Bowman, I represent a lot of people in personal injury cases, but also I've represented the Auto Body Association for, I think, close to 15 years now. And what many insurers are doing are defaulting to all parts need to be aftermarket. And that's taking choice away from the consumer. It's putting a ton of pressure on the licensed repairer. And then, I mean, we're speaking about parts in response to your question, but it could also be in the context of a repair procedure. And our position in support of the language that's there, because we like the language, is that leaves it up to the licensed professional, and the consumer always has a chance to say, look, I have an older vehicle. I'm okay with used parts. I'm okay with aftermarket parts. That was what I would prefer to keep my costs down. That's fine. That's a decision between the consumer and the repairer.
Right. Well, and because sometimes even you may have a car that whatever part gets hit in an accident, you may not even can get that part anymore. You may have a car that the manufacturer, they don't make anymore, or it's so many years old, you're not going to find a part for it. So, I mean, I guess we're saying the same thing. We're both in agreement that really it should be up to the consumer, understanding the choices that they have and what that means, but understanding that. So as long as this bill states that and is very clear on that, I guess we're talking the same language.
I would suggest we are talking the same language. And the other nuance that I just think should be important to keep in mind here is that, like the doctor in the analogy I used, if the doctor's surgery fails and that patient ends up, the part splinters and they need another surgery, for example, or in the repair context, if the part fails in a subsequent crash and people are injured, they could go back to the licensed repairer and say, you didn't meet the standard of care when you fixed my car, and now my family's more injured than they would have been. And same thing, you can sue the doctor. Whereas we have the forces of an insurer who's demanding all these cutting of corners and bears no liability for that downward pressure. And so I think what the bill is suggesting is, you who have no liability exposure and only to gain in cheap parts should not be allowed to interfere.
Okay, thank you. And if something happens, as an attorney, anybody can sue anybody for anything, whether it's in law or not, or a handshake. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Parisi, Attorney Parisi, for your comments and for helping us understand this issue. We have a lot of folks who plan on testifying today about this. I will learn a lot more about this and hope to craft a bill that's, I think, reflective of the concerns and, frankly, the consumers' choices being protected in what types of repair parts they're used. I've heard from auto body repairers. I've heard from consumers who are upset at what has happened and how they've been steered in the past. And I think this bill is due for consideration this year because the issue has gotten to the point where consumers are recognizing that they're being, in some cases, forced to use parts that are substandard for the vehicle that they own. And so I appreciate you helping us understand this issue more. We might reach out to get some better language on parts of this where we are still learning. And I appreciate your time for the committee today.
Thank you.
Jean Solaire.
Yes, it's Jean Solaire.
French
Canadian name.
I can't believe I got half of that right and not the first one.
That's all right. Thank you very much for having me. I'm Jean Solaire, CEO and founder of Bus Patrol, and I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 5366, specifically related to the school bus stop arm enforcement provisions that Lieutenant Gresh testified to earlier. Bus Patrol is the world's leading stop arm enforcement platform. We actually represent more than 90% of the market in this space. Deployed on almost 15,000 buses, growing at 1,000 buses per month starting this April, again, across the country. First and foremost, I want to commend this committee and the Connecticut legislature. You were one of the first to actually legislate the installation of stop arm cameras on school buses back in 2013. Now, since that time, there have been some incredible technological advances, specifically in the realm of artificial intelligence, that can dramatically improve the way these laws are enforced and that safety is delivered for kids. What we'd like to recommend is that we do support the language in the bill that proposes the civil penalties be issued. This is a lot more efficient and will allow us to educate a lot more bad drivers. The current criminal penalty of $450 and points on the license is just so difficult. It's impossible for law enforcement to catch all these people or even be there when these offenses take place. While I do understand that there are some limits to these civil penalties, it's a $90 limit, as I was told in Connecticut. This just isn't sufficient, not only to change support, it's not a strict enough penalty to those people who egregiously break a law that could kill kids, but also wouldn't provide the financing for a program that would allow the adoption of these really advanced technologies. And by the way, that's the way that it's happening across the country. The minimum $250 fine is how it's done in every state that we operate. And this works. I mean, it works at dramatically decreasing these violations by up to 30% year over year. We've been able to establish that through programs we manage in Georgia and Maryland and North Carolina, New York, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. And the great thing about this is the first people notice are the bus drivers. You ask them and they'll say, wow, when these systems and these programs are in place, drivers change. We see more brake lights. And that's super important. I just wanted to let you all know that we participated in that pilot, and I don't want to scare people, but kids are getting killed. And so far this school year, 4 have been killed across the country. In 2018, there were 6 kids killed during Clean Safety Week alone. And that really got everyone talking. And the National Transportation Safety Board published a report in April of 2020. I encourage you all to read it, essentially saying, pass these types of civil penalties because they work. The more people we hit in the pocketbook with a ticket, and the more people we get to show videos to, because this program does that. People go online and they see a video of their car passing a stopped school bus, and those videos speak for a million words, guys. They really work. And I just hope that you guys support this legislation so that the state of Connecticut can get to protecting its kids in the most efficient way. So thank you. Open up to any questions anyone might have.
Thank you, Mr. Solaire, for your comments and for the work you've done in Connecticut with some municipalities that have been willing to take on the pilot program. As I mentioned to Lieutenant Gresh earlier, this was something that this committee and generally the legislature was supportive of establishing the pilot program because we knew what was happening on the ground. And we knew certain communities needed the tools to address it. And the pilot program has evidence there's some limitations to the program that we have in place. And I appreciate you coming forward with some recommendations. We have some constraints of our laws in Connecticut that differentiate between what kind of fine structure we can have in place for civil penalties versus criminal ones. So we may have to look at modifying the language that we have before this committee today and recommending different language. And we will certainly be working with you to get your advice on programs that have worked across the country to make sure that ours in Connecticut is up to par. So I appreciate you sharing your expertise and your legal advice with our team as we try to craft new language. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brooke Foley, followed by Bryant Bosworth. Good afternoon, Brooke.
Good afternoon, Representative Lamar. Good to see you. Senator Haskell, Representative Carney, Senator Summers, and members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you all for the work that you do, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Brooke Foley, and I'm the General Counsel of the Insurance Association of Connecticut, or the IAC. The IAC is a state-based trade association representing Connecticut's property and casualty insurance industry and Connecticut's life insurance and financial services industries. The IAC supports Senate Bill 332, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing. Subsection B of Section 14-66 currently prohibits a record owner or operator from requiring a vehicle owner to sign a contract to repair the vehicle as a precondition for towing the vehicle. Senate Bill 332, as it's currently drafted, would amend the statute to also prohibit a record owner or operator from requiring a vehicle owner to sign a contract that requires the owner to pay for more than 24 hours of vehicle storage as a condition to towing the vehicle. The IAC supports this bill because more than 24 hours of storage is often unnecessary. Requiring a consumer to consent to pay for storage that may not even be necessary before the vehicle is towed is coercive to vehicle owners and serves no purpose other than to increase profits for tow vendors. This increases the cost of services, which in turn causes an increase in insurance premiums for consumers. So we support the bill as it is written. And the IAC also would ask the committee to add language to this bill. And I would note that this language is not already in the bill, although Attorney Bowman earlier suggested that it is, but we are requesting language to prohibit a towing vendor from requesting a vehicle owner to sign anything, whether consent to a tow or repair order at the scene of an accident or within 24 hours of an accident. Section 14-66 has authorized the commissioner to require a set schedule of uniform rates for non-consensual tow and transportation of vehicles. Requiring a vehicle owner to sign anything often means the tow is considered consensual tow, which permits the towing vendor to charge towing and storage rates that are far above those set by the commissioner for non-consensual tows. As many towing and storage vendors in Connecticut do the right thing, but there are unfortunately vendors that do not. Some shops take advantage of consumers who are shaken and confused after being involved in a motor vehicle accident. They present consumers with lengthy and unfamiliar documents at the scene of the accident and convince and coerce them to signing them. Because consumers are under the misconception that their signature is required in order to tow the vehicle, they sign the documents and waive protections that they'd otherwise be afforded. It's also common for these shops to begin repairs on the vehicle. In many cases, it's an obvious total loss. Frequently, the repairs include scans, which are completely unnecessary. Also, then when the insurer becomes involved, the shops routinely delay the insurer's ability to inspect the vehicle or move the vehicle if the owner so chooses, which further increases the storage charges, which again mean higher insurance premiums for the consumer. This bill is not about the steering statute. The bill, as it's drafted, only prohibits the towing vendor from requiring the car owner to sign a contract for more than 24 hours of storage. Ideally, a contract for towing would only be for towing and not include storage at all, but that's not what we're requesting, and that's not what this bill does. So we urge the committee to adopt Senate Bill 332. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much, Attorney Foley. Chairman Haskell.
Thank you, Attorney Foley, and thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Brooke, can you help us out here? We've got two opposing sides on the bill, both claiming to advocate for consumer and consumer choice. You likely heard testimony earlier from Attorney Bowman about the potential pitfalls of forcing a delay. You know, that would force vehicles to sit on the lot for 24 hours unnecessarily. Can you respond to that particular concern that was raised?
Right. I think what Attorney Bowman was commenting on is the IAC submitted written testimony, and I think he was commenting on my submitted written testimony that is requesting additional language that is not how the bill is drafted right now. The way the bill is drafted right now is very narrow. It's only requesting the change that that the towing vendors can't require a motor vehicle owner to sign a contract that requires more than 24 hours of storage. So right now, the way it's drafted, the towing vendors could still ask the driver to sign a contract that has a requirement to pay for 24 hours of storage in it. That's the way it's drafted. It doesn't ask for anything further. I think he's assuming that the way it's drafted is the language that I am requesting. So that's.
Understood. And sorry to interrupt. I just was going to say, as drafted, therefore, you don't see you don't have any reason to believe that this would delay the repairs that a vehicle owner might seek.
No, we are asking that the contract only say, the contract that presented to the driver at the time of an accident be, clear, and just ask for, in order to tow this vehicle, we're requiring you to sign this, we're asking you to sign this contract that only promises to pay for towing the vehicle and the first 24 hours of storage. And anything else is going to be a separate contract that will happen after the car is towed. So that at the time, before the car's towed off the scene, the driver is not coerced into signing to accept all kinds of services that may not even be necessary. So if the towing vendor or the automobile shop wants to ask the driver to sign a different contract after the car's towed, that's fine. That's not a problem. We just want to make sure that the contract that's signed before the tow is clear and, is not coercive. And it doesn't require more than what is necessary.
That makes a lot more sense. Okay, thank you so much, Attorney Foley, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Foley, for testifying. I was just wondering, and perhaps we'll hear from your association later, but do you have any comments on 5366 regarding the OEM parts?
I believe we do have comments on that. I don't know much about that myself. I believe that the IAC president, Eric George, did submit testimony on that, or if he did not, I'm sure he will, because I do think we did speak about this, but I'm not familiar right now with the bill, so I can't comment on it.
No, he did. That's why I was just wondering if you had any comments to make, but it's okay.
Thank
okay.
you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Attorney Foley.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Attorney Foley, for clarifying the language. And as I mentioned to Attorney Bowman earlier, our committee has a tendency to try to work these issues out where there's disagreement and find a reasonable compromise. In many cases that doesn't happen. We choose one side or another, but your willingness to work with us as we delve into this issue more would be greatly appreciated. And I know you'll do that. I know you're very familiar with our processes here at the legislature. And so we may be reaching out to you to help work through some of the questions and concerns that committee members have.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Wyatt Bosworth. Good to see you, Wyatt.
Good to see you too, Representative. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Chairs Haskell and Lamar, ranking members Carney and Summers, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Bryant Bosworth. I'm Assistant Counsel for CBIA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 334. Last year, according to the American Trucking Associations, trucking companies in the United States suffered a record deficit of 80,000 drivers. Given that trucks move 72% of American freight, the lack of drivers has already disrupted supply chains. Further, formerly incarcerated individuals are unemployed at a rate of over 27%. This untapped workforce pipeline provides tremendous potential to help the struggling trucking industry and provide well above living wages and restorative justice to those who paid their debts to society. Senate Bill 334 creates a public-private partnership to address the truck driver shortage by requiring DOC to partner with one or more nonprofits to establish a program to make preparation materials for and the administration of the CLP knowledge test available to incarcerated individuals. By way of passage of Section 6 of Public Act number 21-188 last year, this legislature established a vocational village program housed within DOC based off the successful Michigan prison system's vocational village. Under the vocational village, DOC has already planned for a CDL training program that would allow 15 students per year to receive 240 hours of training towards a CDL. On release, students are then handed off to either a CDL driving school or trucking company to complete the behind the wheel component of the CDL exam. The bill before you today enhances the program that DOC is currently preparing by mandating that a nonprofit
Wyatt, hold on a second. It appears that you were just muted, so we lost you for a second there. There we go. I apologize. If you could go back just about 5 seconds on your comments, that'd be great.
Okay. The bill before you today enhances the program that DOC is currently preparing by mandating that a nonprofit contract with DOC to provide the above services. CBIA firmly believes that the potential impact for this prison CDL workforce pipeline can only be realized if a nonprofit with experience providing workforce programs is allowed to deliver the program. You heard from Zoe from Emilio a couple minutes ago. They are a nonprofit organization located in New Haven that have developed an Emilio Emerge product, which is a virtual upskilling and job placement platform that has proprietary training course in partnership with veteran CDL instructors. If a nonprofit like Emilio contracted with DOC to provide CLP and CDL training, incarcerated students gain access to Emilio tablets where they can take a self-paced CLP training platform. And upon release, they are then connected with one of their many range partners across the state. Students also gain access to one-on-one support through their proprietary secure video calling platform. And most importantly, Emilio's CLP CDL program only requires the state to pay the full cost of the CLP preparation fees if the student successfully obtains their CLP. This model significantly reduces risk and maximizes state resources since Emilio would be assuming the upfront costs associated with the program. Requiring DOC to contract with an experienced nonprofit like Emilio will obviate the inevitable obstacles that building up a state program entails. This includes allocating resources, hiring new instructors, overseeing compliance, et cetera. Moreover, due to Emilio's model, more incarcerated individuals could be served by the program than that of the current vocational village program. In summary, this workforce shortage requires creative, innovative solutions to get people back to work. Creating a public-private partnership to help incarcerated individuals obtain their CLP and CDL is one of many ways to do this. So we respectfully ask for your support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I think I can agree with you. Mr. Ochingwa's presentation was particularly impressive. The work that he's done and you've collaborated with Senator Haskell and with a number of state agencies is really inspiring. I think we have an incredible opportunity before us here in Connecticut to take advantage of this great collaboration of individuals, both private and public agencies, and it's really inspiring. Senator Haskell.
I just want to echo what Representative Lamar said. Zoe, thank you. I'm sorry, Wyatt, thank you for working so closely with Zoe and with the DOC and with the DMV and with MTAC and so many other entities that are excited about moving this forward. I just wanted to touch on one very brief topic, and that's the fact that we talk a lot about recidivism in Connecticut, and one of the best tools to fight recidivism is to help folks who are returning to society find a good paying job. I'm not sure if you were here at the very start of the hearing, but we heard the deputy commissioner talk about the fact that very often the starting salary for somebody who has their CDL is north of $70,000. And I just wanted to confirm that that's something you were seeing among your member organizations, that's consistent with your understanding of this workforce shortage or this workforce opportunity. So over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. And first off, thanks so much for taking the lead on this issue. We're really excited to be working with you and Emilio and all of the partner agencies. I think when it comes to trucking companies, what you're seeing now because of the shortage, you're seeing them increase wages. You're seeing signing bonuses. You're seeing a lot of these companies actually pay for the CDL training. And you're right. I mean, salaries for an entry-level CDL driver, can range anywhere from $50,000 to $75,000. That's well above the living wage, and it's a great opportunity, really, to help people who paid their debts to society contribute to the Connecticut workforce. And the shortage in Connecticut is very real. You can, talk to Joe Scully later on in the hearing to get some anecdotal evidence around the shortage, but we need to do everything we can, whether it be partnering with the private sector, with nonprofits like Emilio, to really provide these services in Connecticut prisons.
Spectacular. Wyatt, thank you so much for your time and your testimony today, and I look forward to continuing to work with the CBIA on this important topic.
Thank you.
Senator Castano. You are muted.
You're muted, Senator.
Muted. There we go. Quick question on the CDL. I've had 2 instances now in the last year where people have earned and had their CDL work for several years. In both instances, one was a drug related, one was an alcohol related, same substance basically. And so they've lost their CDL. How does one go about, or can one go about restoring that and getting back into the workforce?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can tell you that you'll hear from MTAC later, but a lot of these trucking companies now are not looking at criminal record upon hiring. So that doesn't seem to be an obstacle now as it was in the past. I do know that there are certain CDL classifications, specifically those dealing with hazardous movement with trucks that require higher standards for criminal record checks, but that's a federal regulation. But I'm unsure how to specifically answer your question. It may be better to ask the Trucking Association in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Castano. Senator Haskell, do you have additional questions or?
I'm sorry, I forgot to put my hand down. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Thank you for your testimony, Wyatt. And, look forward to working with you on this issue as it moves forward.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next, I have Thomas Tucker, followed by Tony Ferriola.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Tom Tucker, Senior Director of State Affairs for the Auto Care Association. Today, I'm expressing our concern for House Bill 5366. My specific concerns are on page 16, line 504 through 507. And while the intentions in this language are noble, the real world consequences are substantial. So if you will allow me, let me just read the language. It states that a motor vehicle repair shop shall follow the collision repair procedures, guidelines, recommendations, or service bulletins issued by the original equipment manufacturer when repairing a motor vehicle. Now, to the ordinary consumer, this language is not controversial, but to industry experts, this language is anti-consumer choice because vehicle manufacturers will always recommend the use of OEM parts in their service bulletins, position statements, or they can simply change the repair procedure to mandate the use of those parts. Currently, every vehicle manufacturer has a position statement on the OEM one-stop website, which is the official site for repairs to retrieve technical information for repair processes and procedures. These position statements are abundantly clear that they do not authorize or recommend the use of any parts except genuine OEM parts purchased through the dealer network. As a result of this language, this bill then would become a de facto ban on any parts except OEM parts. And what's interesting is that many of the suppliers, many of the same suppliers of auto parts and components to the vehicle manufacturers, manufacture the same identical parts that is sold in the aftermarket to auto retail shops like AutoZone, Advanced, Napa, and even Walmart and Target. They're just branded differently. That company that manufactures the part with the same fit, function, safety, structural integrity would be prohibited from using the same identical part because of its brand name. The unintended consequences of this section threatens more than 26,000 jobs, aftermarket jobs in the state of Connecticut, with average wages of close to $80,000 a year. These provisions would drive up repair costs, increase repair time for consumers, threaten industry threaten an industry of small business owners and hurt the overall state's economic climate. Also, as global supply chain woes continue, this would raise prices continually and keep consumers from accessing their vehicles longer as part supplies are limited globally. Let me remind the committee that, or state to the committee that last month, vehicle manufacturers in 1 week had 1.3 million cars recalled due to defective parts and components. Now, these numbers are not for a month. This was just 1 week last month. And so imagine the challenge to consumers if aftermarket parts or recycled parts were not available. Similar language was introduced in this legislature in 2019, House Bill 7266. And
Pardon
the
me,
committee.
Tom, I hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to let you know you're kind of right at the end of the public speaking time slot. So if you could kind of
I'm winding up
summarize
now.
and then move on. Perfect.
Absolutely. Similar language was introduced to this committee before, and it was soundly rejected. And as written, this language would have disastrous consequences to Connecticut consumers, businesses, commerce, and increase repair costs to your constituents. Thank you, and I would be delighted to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for your testimony. And like a couple other issues on our agenda today, who has the interest of the consumer seems to be at the heart of some of the disagreements on this and a few other issues. And we'll hear from some folks who share similar concerns, but reach a different conclusion about the importance of utilizing OEM parts in all repairs. So I think we may have a phone call to you after this public hearing to help work through some of the issues in this language that we can reach a satisfactory conclusion on behalf of consumers. I appreciate you today and hope that you'll be responsive to a phone call you may receive from me and our House leadership moving forward.
Absolutely. We just want to be a resource. And Mr. Chairman, if I may make one final statement, Senator Haskell asked a question to the last gentleman about additional workforce opportunities. Let me say that the auto industry is at an inflection point. The automakers are making more than 150 new electric vehicles that are going to come online within the next 2 to 3 years. So there's going to be a great need for new auto technicians as well as new technicians who can repair electric vehicles. And so that skill set will be those who have electrical skills and certifications. So there is a need, and not just a need, but there's opportunities for those folk who are re-entering the workforce in the auto sector.
That is a great insight, Mr. Tucker. And I think it's something we may be following up with you as well to figure out how we could take the approach that we've seen with Emilio on CLPs and CDLs, and maybe there's a similar program we can develop for this as well. That's great.
Absolutely. Whatever we can do to help.
Thank you. We have 2 questions for you. Ranking Member Summers, followed by Representative Matthews.
Yes, good afternoon. I have a question. I had met with a few people that are in the auto repair business, and one of the things that they had shared with me, and maybe you can shed some light on it, and we can certainly follow up after this hearing, is that if your car is damaged and insurance is covering the cost of the repair, many times insurance will send you to a certain auto body place for that particular repair. And many times consumers are believing that they're getting the OEM part for their new car put into the repair, but really they're getting an aftermarket product that could be, in some cases, not as, well, they put it an inferior product. And the consumer has no idea that when they're going to get their car repaired that's being paid for by insurance, that they're actually getting parts that are not the OEM parts that are inferior in their mind. And, he's somebody who works in the industry saying, I don't think that's fair. I think that people should know what parts they're getting in their car when it is repaired. And also, if the manufacturer, there's an OEM part, if they're making another part with a different label, is it the exact part or is it slightly different? Are they making, the exact same part, just slapping a different label on it to sell to a different market. Can you answer that?
Absolutely. I think there are two questions there. I think the first part of your question goes to the heart of communication between the body shop, the consumer, and the insurance company. I would wholeheartedly agree that a consumer should have every right to know what part is being put on their vehicle. But that's a communications issue. And that's all it is. The body shop, the insurance company really needs to communicate what parts or components are available through their policy and what's being put on their cars. That's an issue with the insurance company and the body shop. It's really just a communications issue. And I think you're right. Every consumer should know what's being put on. If you have a new car and you want a new part put on, or OEM part, or if you want an OEM part, it's about communication. The second part of your question goes to the heart of, are aftermarket parts inferior? Are they branded? So I will tell you, there are multiple companies, and you've probably heard of them: Bosch, Denso International, ZF North America, Magna International. These are tier 1 suppliers of the car makers. They make OEM parts for them, and they have a very robust aftermarket parts division. It's the same part, same structural fit, integrity, safety standards, and they sell them on the aftermarket. The only difference is they're branded differently. So to your question, absolutely not. They're not any different. They're just branded differently.
Okay, I'm going to take your word, because I know for a fact that if you are getting plumbing services in your house by a plumber and you order a Kohler product through the plumber, that is a lot different than the Kohler product that's sold in Home Depot or Lowe's. Even though it may look the same and have a Kohler label, it's very different in its quality. So I just wanted to ask you that question, and I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers. Representative Meskers.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. A question for you: would the OEM also prohibit the use of salvage parts?
The way this language is written, yes. I would refer the Representative Meekers and the entire committee to the OEM 1 website. You can look it up, and at the very top of the page, it has position statements. And every vehicle manufacturer has position statements as it relates to parts. And the language is pretty consistent throughout the entire position statements for every automaker, which says they do not recommend the use of aftermarket, recycled, crash parts, etc. They want to continue having OEM parts on your vehicles. The challenge is there's supply issues, there's consumer choice, and then there's also, they don't make parts after a certain time frame. After 3 to 5 years, they don't make those parts anymore. But to answer your question, this language would preclude the use of any and all parts except OEM parts.
Okay. So I guess at some point, I'd like to talk about this further as well in terms of the cost to consumers. I'd like to bring in the insurance industry, the cost of insurance if we have to use only OEM parts. And I'm concerned about, I understand, I wouldn't necessarily want a repurposed inflatable bag from in the course of an accident, but I'm not sure if I would care about whether I had the fender from the back of the car that had a front end collision, and I'd be concerned about what the manufacturing cost versus replacement of, if you will, relatively standard or good parts that don't have some incredible safety function involved or high tech. Why we're going with OEM. So I'm concerned that it might jack up the price to our consumers. So I'll be looking at it from that point of view. So
Sure.
Any inputs you can give us on how much of the product mix is an off-brand, if you will, is from the same manufacturing, similar standards, and what the price differentials look like. Because, part of this has to be both warranty, liability, and safety for the consumer.
Yes.
And a big component also has to be cost. So, I'm concerned on all fronts. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Morambella.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, thank you for your testimony. And I just want to reiterate what
Rep. Mesker said, I too am concerned about the cost with the OEM parts. You know, I have a teenage daughter who's totaled a car this year and just got sideswiped by an Amazon truck in a second car. So, you know, we're looking at fixing up her car and you know, finding parts, used parts for her car is something that we're looking at. And, you know, there is a big cost consideration when you're making some repairs that are more cosmetic in nature. And so, you know, I do want to just make sure that I express my concern with the impact this may have on people when they are repairing older cars.
Sure. If I could just respond very briefly, it's a very good point. I would certainly suggest, you know, whatever part or component that you're looking to replace, go online to any auto repair shop and get just an estimate for the part, and then call the dealership or you know, what is the current, you know, manufacturer suggested retail cost for that part, and you will see a very significant price differential, and that's normal. That's why more consumers are choosing aftermarket parts, because they have the same fit, finish, and structural integrity, but they cost less. And so, you know, everyone has to do their research. And particularly when you're talking about older cars, you know, safety is still the paramount issue that we all want to know, that whatever parts are being put on the vehicle is going to be safe, because your car affects my safety and my car affects your safety.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Certainly.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick question, Mr. Tucker. Would I be right to sort of compare this conversation about OEM and aftermarket parts to the kind of the difference between a generic drug and a name brand drug?
That is the simplified way of looking at it. And yes, you could. Some would say that, you know, you're talking about, you know, mechanical parts that, you know, have to be crash tested. And so there are a little bit differences, but I think your analogy is spot on.
Okay, because I guess my understanding would be that generic drugs still go through FDA review. So
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Smith. I know we have a number of folks afterwards who may reach a different conclusion on some of these comments. And so, like, as I said at the beginning, I would love to have your willingness to work with the committee moving forward on ironing out some of the disagreements and differences of opinion that we might have. You seem like someone who's more than comfortable engaging on this conversation over long periods of time. So I'm hoping you'll take me up on a potential phone call after today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have Tony Ferriola, followed by Andres Hess. So, Mr. Ferriola, good to see you today.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the Transportation Committee. I've put written testimony in, but I think I want to take this time to clarify some misconceptions of what has been just discussed by Mr. Tucker. With no due respect, Mr. Tucker, I would love to have you come down to my shop and we can show you some of these differences with these parts. We did this a number of years ago with Senator Blumenthal. He attended a meeting here where we kind of informed him of the differences of these parts and the safety features, so he understood what's going on. And I welcome any of you that want to be educated more about the repairs on cars today to contact me at any time, and I certainly would invite you down to my shop. What I want to do is, and I'm glad Mr. Tucker read that sentence in paragraph G of section 13, where it says that recommendations or service bulletins issued by the original manufacturer when repairing a motor vehicle. Where are we supposed to figure out how to repair a vehicle unless we go to the manufacturer of that vehicle to tell us how to repair that vehicle? The systems that are on board these vehicles now have to be repaired properly by the way the manufacturer is telling us to do this, or they may not operate the next time the person puts their brakes on and slams into the car in front of them. It's very important for the safety of the consumers in the state of Connecticut that their vehicles are repaired properly and safely. Most of you people are talking about cost of parts. I agree. Keeping cost of repairs down and keeping insurance premiums down is important, but there is no substitute for safety. You cannot say to use a part just because it's cheaper to save on the repair cost. It's absurd. And some of the parts that he mentioned are mechanical parts, and we do use mechanical aftermarket parts. We are talking here about collision parts, and the collision parts are not tested, crash tested on these vehicles. In fact, when Ford, Chrysler, and some of the manufacturers have tested these parts on cars, they have failed. So I don't understand how we can say that they are like, kind, and quality. They are not. And again, this is not about recycled used parts. There is a place in the market for recycled used parts. They are made by the original manufacturer of that car. This is about parts that are imitation parts that are not made by the manufacturer of that car, that are not going to function the same when you get in an accident as the ones that were designed by the manufacturer. So, and again, the consumer has the right under this language to make that determination. And if the repair shop feels they can do a safe repair with those parts, then it's authorized to do so. So again, this is pro-consumer. This is safety for the motoring public of Connecticut. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions about these parts being of like, kind, and quality. And there's really nothing in there about aftermarket parts. It's only the repair decision should be made by the consumer and the repair professional. So, I mean, I don't have anything more to say on that. I'd like some questions if you have them. My testimony is in, and you can read it when you have time. Thank you very much for my time to speak today. If you have any questions, please ask me.
Thank you, Tony, for your testimony today. And I think you and I share the reading of this testimony pretty similarly. And I thank you for granting additional insight into the operations and how this plays out and the day-to-day work that you do. I had another question that came up in a pre-session meeting with respect to the use of some of these parts, and that they may in fact decrease the overall valuation of the vehicle, and that the consumers might not be aware that by using non-OEM parts, they are decreasing the overall resale value of their vehicle, and that when folks get the quote to insure their car, to repair their car, they're trying to get it done as quickly as possible, as cheaply as possible. The insurance companies may recommend the use of an auto body repairer who uses non-OEM parts, and then 2-3 years later, when they go to trade in that vehicle or sell that vehicle, they are informed that because they use those specific parts, the value of their vehicle is greatly reduced. Is that an accurate statement? Is that something that you see or hear from consumers, or you have to inform consumers of when you make repairs?
Absolutely. In fact, we're certified for a few different manufacturers, and when those cars go back to the dealer on trade-in, there's an entity that everyone's familiar with, Carfax. Those cars are going to ding on Carfax, and the dealer inspects those cars. And when they see those cars have aftermarket parts on them, they are definitely depreciating the value of that car at trade-in. We've seen it. We've seen cars come in here with those parts on it, and the consumers want to know why their car was worth $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 less on trade-in because their car was repaired with those parts. So that is a true statement. Absolutely.
Thank you, Tony. And like I said to Mr. Tucker, there's clearly some disagreements on this bill. Everyone purports to have the consumer's best interest in mind. So I'm hoping after this hearing, I may be able to reach out to you to get further clarification. The committee often relies on collegial relationships that we have with people who testify before us. And our goal is to do something that is pro-consumer in the best interest of our constituents. And so hopefully we can rectify any issues with this bill and get a good solid product before the legislature at the end of session. And I'm hoping you're willing to work with me further on this.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Of course, you have a few more questions. We have Representative Chafee, followed by Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was slow to unmute here. Thank you for your testimony today. I have more commentary than questions, but my reading of the bill is the same as yours. I see this as the consumer is making the choice as to what parts they want to use. Personally, I've never been in an accident, thankfully. Despite that, my insurance rates are still relatively high. If I am in an accident, I would prefer to have OEM parts used. As somebody who's worked on multiple cars as a hobby and rebuilt vehicles, the notion that aftermarket parts are just as high a quality as OEM materials is just patently false, in my opinion. From the materials, the machining, the rubber, the seals, everything, OEM is generally much higher quality than anything you're going to get aftermarket. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And it seems like from your testimony, you agree with that. But thanks once again for testifying today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Tony. Like so many others, I am listening intently. Both sides, I think, have compelling arguments. I'm not sure I have a question either, but most of my adult life, I drove a 1989 Camry that had 250,000 miles on it. And I routinely had any parts replaced at a junkyard. Now I happily drive a slightly newer car within the last couple of years. And I treat it differently, and I have different conversations with my mechanic because I am concerned about all of the things that Chair Lamar just mentioned about, making sure, the newer cars are things have to work better together with a lot of the new technology. My reading of the bill in line 504, the language I'm having difficulty with is unless otherwise requested by a customer. And to me, I read it that it automatically defaults to the OEM parts. And I know that as a customer, perhaps I could be better educated about my car repair, but I appreciate having the option of having the dealer or retailer explain to me all of my choices and what the pros and cons might be, much as you just outlined them. And so again, I don't know if it's a question, but that's the line that I find troubling. It feels like as a customer, if I'm not savvy, and I think most customers are not, or many are not, that then I'm not even aware that there might be these aftermarket parts and that I could make another choice. Again, I don't know if it's a question or something you feel you can answer, but that is my quandary. Thank you, Mr.
Yes, I'd like to comment on that. When a customer comes in and asks us to repair their vehicle with parts that are not from the manufacturer, if we deem that it is not a safety issue and it is a consumer's car, we will use those parts. And using recycled salvage parts is the most important part of this, because recycled salvage parts are made by the manufacturer, but they are recycled in a salvage yard. And we don't call them junkyards anymore. They are highly sophisticated salvage yards. So we work with these companies, and of lately, we've had to go to them to find parts because the supply chain of new parts has been altered. But that's different than a part that is an imitation part. There is a huge difference there. These parts have been manufactured by the manufacturer. They have been tested by the manufacturer to fit and function the way that the original parts were intended for your car. The imitation parts, a whole nother story. They're knockoffs. They're like the cheap handbag you can buy for a fraction of the cost, but they're not the same. So there's a huge difference there, but we have put non-collision aftermarket parts on cars at the request of consumers. And again, shouldn't they have the right to make that repair decision based on the safety and what they're going to do with that car, how long they're going to keep it? And, you know, the point of putting a part on a car that is 10 years older than what, even a used part on a car that's 10 years older, it should be of like kind and quality, meaning same model year, same or less mileage than that car had on it, because there is wear and tear of parts on a car. So that language is important also that's in this bill. So I don't see anything that anybody can argue with on this because it is for the best interest of the consumer and it is for safety. I don't know if that.
Yeah, it does. I appreciate that. And I think, again, where I'm having the difficulty is the opt-out versus opt-in, and it could be my reading of the bill, but I appreciate everything you've said, and I will take it under advisement. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. And thank you, Tony, for your testimony today, for joining us. And don't be surprised if I give you a call after the public hearing to help me work through some of the issues.
Please do. Thank you.
Next up, we have Andreas Heiss. Andreas, if I mispronounced your name, I apologize.
No, you're good. It's Andreas Heiss. My name is Andreas Heiss, and I'm the Northeast Manager of Government Affairs for LKQ Corporation. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, ranking members, thank you so much for allowing me to testify today in opposition to sections 12, 13, and 14 of House Bill 5366. As I said, I'm with LKQ Corporation. We're the largest seller of aftermarket and recycled parts in the country. We also offer replacement systems. We scan and calibrate vehicles, making sure they're safe. So, save shops time and money so they don't have to bring it to the dealer when they don't have that ability to do the advanced driver assistant programs safety. Globally, we have 30,000 employees, 20,000 in the United States. We have four facilities in Connecticut, one Bridgeport, Manchester, West Hartford, and Milford. Sections 12 through 14 of this bill are not about safety or diminished value. They're a direct attack on the alternative parts industry that have a potential to create a monopoly for the car companies. We've seen these bills throughout the country. These procedure bills are nothing new to us. And it comes down to this. Why should this only apply to insurance repairs? Why is it only when the insurance company is paying the bill is safety an issue? We have asked the body shops, they could take it on themselves to say, we will adhere to all these at all time, but they're not going to do that for all repairs. It's only when the insurance company is paying the bill. And the gentleman before me, he said, yeah, he has to buy recycled parts. They're not the problem. Yet, if these recommendations say don't use recycled parts, they're not going to be able to use them. And you're going to be waiting months until you get another part for your vehicle. I want to just bring up something. Senator Summers brought up the fact earlier that how does the insurance play into this? Well, your policy dictates what kind of parts are going to be used when you have your car repaired. When a person signs up for their insurance, that's where it says what parts are repaired. They can buy a policy that is a little more expensive. That will mean they'll get brand new OEM parts when their car is fixed. Also, when you go to get your car repaired, if they're putting an aftermarket recycled part on and you're not happy, you can pay the difference. But the insurance policy is what already dictates that. And the parts have to be of like, kind, and quality. While we agree that the quality repair is paramount for the safety of all cars when repairing, we believe that blindly following these procedures and guidelines is totally detrimental to the parts industry. If this were to pass, it would enable the auto manufacturers to change all of their procedures, guidelines, recommendations to only allow for new manufacturer parts. We're not opposed to them performing proper repairs, receiving just compensation, but this proposal falls short of defining what the OEM procedures and guidelines are. Not all of them need to be filed. The OEMs have a financial interest in creating a monopoly for their parts, and there is nothing to stop them from changing all of their guidelines to procedures to only recommend the use of them. Already, as many of the guidelines, as Tom Tucker previously mentioned, they already say, don't use our parts, don't use recycled parts, don't use aftermarket parts. Well, it's about money, and that's pretty simple. On the other hand, aftermarket recycled parts often provide consumers with better warranties, better prices, and better availability. The parts we sell aftermarket have a lifelong warranty. Manufactured parts are warranted for 1 year. In addition, we have a promise of protection. If any of our parts fail, based on if they're properly installed and they're failed, we indemnify that body shop. So who's on the liability? We are, up to the value of our company. So that's pretty steep how much we stand behind the quality of our aftermarket and recycled parts. The car companies don't do that. They don't indemnify the shops. In section 14, it states that recycled parts must be from the vehicle the same year new. Recycled parts.
Andres, I hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to give you a heads up. You're right at the kind of end of this.
I'll wrap it up.
If you want to wrap it. Thanks.
Recycled parts for the same model year, Sun model series should always be allowed, as they're all the same parts. You're driving around in a car using used car part. The parts on your car are already used. It makes no difference if another used part is put on the car. It has to do with the condition of the part, not the mileage, not the length of how old it is. That's what it is. In addition, auto recycling is a carbon negative industry. Carbon negative industries should be promoted these days, not restricted. This would also severely increase the time it takes to repair damaged vehicles. We're having a supply chain shortage. New manufactured parts are made in Asia, or they're not readily available. This means many consumers are waiting months to have their cars repaired. Without aftermarket or recycled parts to fill the void, they'll wait months when they could get the car back in 2 days. Chairman Limmer, Chairman Haskell, members of the committee, I hope you'll recognize the problems these create and the detriments they pose to the alternative parts industry and the consumers in Connecticut. The use of aftermarket recycled parts plays a valuable role in Connecticut, offering consumers lower cost alternatives to new OEM parts while creating thousands of jobs in the state. This isn't a problem that needs to be addressed. The new cars, the new cars calibrate, when they're calibrated, they will tell you if the part is working fine. And with that, I ask you to oppose and remove sections 12 through 14 from House Bill 5366. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you for your testimony and your passion on the issue. I think you recognize the issue we have before our committee right now, right? Is pretty strong disagreements about who's got the consumers' interest most in mind. And this committee has a difficult challenge ahead of us trying to determine the appropriate way forward. I have offered phone calls to Mr. Tucker and Mr. Ferriola previously. I'll offer the same to you. Please don't be surprised if I reach out to you to help me work through some of the inherent discrepancies in interpretation of this bill and who it protects. And I hope you'd be willing to take me up on a future conversation if needed.
Oh no, of course, I'm happy to help, and I want to be involved in the process. Like I said, I've dealt with this issue. I handle Virginia up to Maine, and I've dealt with this issue in many of those states. So I'm very familiar with the issue.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Michael Arcangelo. Michael, we are not hearing you. Hold on a second. You don't appear to be muted on our end. Michael, we're still not picking you up.
Michael, you might want to try and log out and rejoin the meeting. Alternatively, above the little microphone symbol, there's a caret. that allows you to select your microphone input. You might have to change that setting depending on your computer setup.
Phil, it might also be a Bluetooth issue. I've had that when I've used earphones and stuff. He could be broadcasting somewhere else besides to his device. So you might need to turn off his Bluetooth if he's using the device correctly.
Michael, why don't you give me a shot one more time? Little mic check here. We are sadly still not hearing you. Michael, if you don't mind, we're going to move on to Dr. Jesse Eisler, and then we'll come right back to you and try again in a couple minutes. Thank you, Michael. Next up, we have Jesse Eisler.
Hello, committee, dear chairs Haskell and Lamar, and members of the committee. I'm Jesse Eisler, and I'm a spine surgeon. And I too drive an Acura with over 100,000 miles. And I have a business owner from West Hartford. My clinic is the Connecticut Back Center, and it's located in Vernon. And I'm a proud parent of 3 successful kids raised in Connecticut since 2005. Thank you for the opportunity to testify remotely. This is wonderful for our democratic effort, and it makes it easy for me to pop into the session and participate between patients. I'm here to speak in support of Bill 5366, specifically the one-word change that defines the autocycle definition on page 14. I am a board member of an American vehicle manufacturer called Arcimoto, which is making 3-wheeled, highly sustainable vehicles that are run by electric power and battery power out of the West Coast. I got involved with them because I found out about them on a vacation. And I'm excited about the idea of ultra-efficient vehicles that don't pollute and take up too much space and could reduce traffic. I commute on Interstate 84, and we all know and recognize the need for change in our commuting habits. With less reliance on fossil fuels and improvements in car safety. I'm an investor and now a board member for Arcimoto. The vehicles get the equivalent of 173 miles per gallon, and they're all electric. So there are no emissions, and they can go 100 miles on a charge. They also can get up to 75 miles an hour and are super fun to drive, and they are safe on the highway. Currently, Connecticut exempts some users of some 3-wheel vehicles from motorcycle endorsement requirements, but that exemption does not apply to this vehicle because it has handlebars. And the autocycle definition specifies and requires a steering wheel. That is an arbitrary distinction, and this bill fixes it. The vehicle is safe, super stable, and doesn't drive or feel at all like a motorcycle. I've driven them several times, most recently on a visit to Oregon where they're made. I do know how to ride a motorcycle. And aside from a few similar controls, this is entirely different, and this is easy and fun. These will be great vehicles for Connecticut, from people commuting to work to or park and ride towns. I can't wait to see them here. This bill is one important step in bringing them here. Thank you for your service and for your consideration of this simple and beneficial change.
Thank you, Dr. Eisler, for your testimony today. And I'm glad you were able to join us and provide the insight that you have. Are there questions?
Thank you, Chairman.
Are there questions for Mr. Eisler? Right, Dr. Eisler.
Hello.
Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Mr. Arcangelo, are you available?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can, Michael. That's good. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I was having trouble with the microphone there. Hey, Chairman Lamar, Chairman Haskell, members of the Transportation Committee. I reach out to you today as your constituent and a lifelong automotive recycler operating 4 recycling facilities here in our state. I ask you to oppose House Bill 5366. This bill would eliminate the use of recycled original equipment parts from the repair process for automobiles across the state, causing an increase in repair costs and insurance premiums, and increasing the carbon footprint of the repair process. HB 5366 aims to eliminate the use of recycled original equipment by new car manufacturers under the guise that it will diminish the value of a repaired vehicle. This is categorically false. Never on a vehicle appraisal has the part source ever determined the value of the vehicle post-repair. When a repair is complete, it is impossible to determine the source of the part, as all cars on the road are running on used parts. Recycled parts are unfairly and inaccurately stigmatized by the language in this bill, specifically lines 513 to 520, by creating a false sense of inferiority to the consumer. 5366 also puts undue powers with the new car manufacturers in determining the repair process of vehicles by enshrining in law that their procedures, lines 504 to 510, must be followed. These procedures are subject to change at any time at their discretion, and there are no limits to what aspects they may change. The procedure can be changed to only approve of new of which they hold a monopoly on as the source. Reuse is the highest form of recycling. HB 5366 would reduce our state's ability to reuse high-quality parts from end-of-life vehicles that have historically been part of the repair process. The narrative that is being constructed to try and justify this legislation is false. Car values do not diminish because of a used part is selected over a new part in a repair, and used parts are just as safe as well. Again, I hope that you will all oppose the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for your testimony today. I'm glad we got the audio issues rectified for you. I mean, you've been here a while. You've now seen the back and forth on the issues of this bill. I'm going to offer the same thing to you that I've offered to a few other folks, is that I may need to reach out to you to work through your perceptions of how this impacts consumers versus how other folks foresee the impacts on consumers. You're close by. I'm able to get to you pretty quickly, so I might come by and just get a chance to bend your ear a little bit about the bill in more detail, if you don't mind.
I absolutely would really appreciate the opportunity to have input and discuss it with you guys further.
Thank you, Michael. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony today.
So much.
Next up, we have Rachel Corbett, followed by Sandra Gabriel Busa. Good afternoon, Rachel. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm here testifying on bill number 5366, specifically lines 366 to 370 regarding bioptic driving as referenced by Representative Tony Scott. I'd like to thank Chairman Roland Lamar and Chairman Will Haskell, as well as the members of the Transportation Committee for having me here today. I am the supervisor of the driver assessment program at Easter Seals of Greater Waterbury. I am a certified driving rehab specialist, and I also have my commercial driving instructor's license. I've been an occupational therapist for 16 years, and I also provide low vision rehab services. I assess people on a regular basis with low vision and/or losses of vision due to a stroke or a brain injury or some other medical issue to see if they're safe to operate a motor vehicle. So I'm here to speak on behalf of individuals in favor of driving with bioptic lenses. Bioptic driving is currently legal throughout most of the United States, including many parts of the Northeast. It's legal in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey, and it became legal in Pennsylvania as of 2021. Bioptic lenses are utilized for individuals that have essential vision loss to be able to utilize their available vision to be able to read signs, see traffic lights, read street signs, and to be able to glance in the distance as they're driving. The bioptic lenses themselves are actually prescribed by a specialized eye doctor who is able to place telescopes on the person's glasses to allow them to be able to optimize the use of their available vision. As a provider of low vision rehab, I've worked with many individuals with central vision loss to teach them to be able to use their peripheral vision functionally in everyday daily activities with the use of compensatory strategies and the use of low vision aids such as magnifiers, lights, or whatever else they might require. If an individual has the cognitive abilities that are within functional limits, as well as physical abilities that are within functional limits, then they should be able to safely operate a motor vehicle. If this person has a central vision loss where they would be able to use bioptic lenses with cognition and physical abilities within functional limits, then they should be able to participate in the training to be able to drive with bioptic lenses. Although bioptic driving is legal in most states, each state has its own guidelines as far as acuity and peripheral vision, as well as the amount of training that is required to be able to drive with bioptic lenses. Therefore, if bioptic driving was legal in the state of Connecticut, it would be imperative that anyone that is considered a candidate to be able to drive with bioptic lenses be evaluated by a certified driving rehab specialist to ensure that the individual has the skills required to be able to safely operate a motor vehicle. It would also be imperative that specific guidelines were put in place for behind the wheel training as far as how many hours would be required to be licensed, as well as the number of hours required for training. For many of us, the ability to drive is equivalent to our independence. Driving also provides us with the ability to expand upon opportunities outside of the towns and cities that we live in.
I just wanted to give you a heads up. You're right at the end of kind of the time limit for speaking.
Okay.
If you want me to summarize and then move to questions.
Yeah, okay. If bioptic driving were legalized, it would provide currently licensed drivers with a loss of vision, as well as adolescents with an eye disease affecting their central vision, the opportunity to remain and or become as independent as possible.
Thank you for your testimony today and for bringing this issue up. Representative Scott and Representative Carney both brought this to the attention of the committee earlier this year, and I really appreciate you shedding additional information for us that allows us to sort of see what the opportunities are for folks who are suffering with this. Senator Cassano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Rochelle. Question, I'm not familiar with this. This is the first time I really actually heard about it since we've had it in the legislation. Would this be something that they would have as an example, maybe a designated person at DMV to do the testing? I mean, I want to provide every opportunity for people to have a right to work. It's as simple as that. But obviously, public safety is an issue. I don't believe that just anybody can do the testing on that. So in other states, do they designate a person or a group to do the testing? How does it work so that it's done right, which would be both fair for the public as well as the driver? Thank you.
Thank you. That is a great question. And unfortunately, there is no standardized way that bioptic driving is allowed in any of the states. So, in my opinion, it would need to be a combination of having possibly a low vision specialist, eye doctor that maybe works for the DMV. That could be the person to help identify, if that individual has the acuity and peripheral vision required to drive with their bioptics. Also, in a lot of states, there are different rules and regulations as far as whether or not their vision can be tested using their bioptic. So some states allow bioptic driving, but don't allow someone to test at the DMV with their bioptics on, which to me really doesn't make any sense. So if this were to be put in place, there would need to be very, strict guidelines.
So this clearly would be a challenge for the state to try and implement this, but it would be great to find out if other states have allowed it, then there must be some licensing. How they do that obviously is something we would have to do, but clearly we need to provide the opportunity, but provide the same public safety at the same time. So I'm interested in moving forward on something like this because it does provide that. And finding the best way for testing so that it works for everyone. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And I am a member of my professional organization, the Association for Driver Rehab Specialists. And we do have people within the organization that have actually worked in legislation for bioptics. So there are people that I can contact and talk to and to get more information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Casano. Thank you, Ms. Corbett, for your testimony today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we have Sandra Gabriel Busa.
Hi, good afternoon. First, allow me to thank the committee and the chairman, Lamar and Haskell, for their time today, and certainly for Rep. Tony Scott for his support. My name is Sandra. My son is Max Busa, and I am here in support of Bill number 5366, specifically legalizing bioptic driving, and in particular, the use of bioptic glasses during the vision assessment when obtaining a driver's license. My interest stems from my son Max, who has Stargardt's. It is a form of macular degeneration, a disease which impacts central vision but leaves the peripheral vision intact. When we were first given Max's diagnosis, it was definitely traumatizing, and I was haunted by what I thought he had lost and all of the challenges and the difficulties that he would face. I worried about him getting through school, and I couldn't fathom how he would ever sufficiently support himself, let alone a family. You know, how is he going to navigate maneuver in his world when getting to the grocery store was going to have to be a planned event to be executed? You know, I was terrified, and thank God I was absolutely wrong. All of those fears were unnecessary. This is not Max's future. When we finally met with that retina specialist, we learned that yes, Max has Stargardt's, but his condition had very likely plateaued. Any future loss would be slow and incremental. He wasn't going to get to be the cop that he wanted to be, but he was going to have a pretty normal life with the use of adaptive technology. And you can't imagine what that felt like, the realization that he was going to be okay. He would get through school, he would get a job, and he would drive to that job to support himself. He would be an equal partner raising his family. He would go to the grocery store for me when I needed him to. All of those things. Come to find out, just not in Connecticut. I learned that Connecticut is one of only a few states that does not allow for driving with bioptics. And all of those things that I feared once again became obstacles. So Max's plan is to commute to college or trade school, but how does he get to class? He wants a job, but how does he get there? You know, he becomes limited to where he could feasibly live and work. Raising a family, you know, you think about the number of times you've had to negotiate with your partner, who's going to pick up who, when, and where, and which kid at this play date or this sporting event. All of those things are, again, obstacles, and they don't need to be, because approving bioptic lenses would provide Max the path that he needs to obtain a driver's license. We feel that bioptic glasses should be given the same consideration as other adaptive measures that are made available to those with disabilities, including being allowed to, including their use during a vision assessment at the time of licensing. Bioptic glasses are an accommodation no different than common prescription glasses, or something like the spinner knobs as a control on a steering wheel, or the ability to accelerate or brake using a hand control. It is imperative that those with macular degeneration and other low vision diseases are provided the tools and the opportunities to hold on to their independence for as long as it is safe to do so, and restore the independence to those who may have already lost it. You know, Max wants to drive for all of the reason every teenager wants to drive, but I know that what is at stake is far higher than he actually realizes. He is considered a textbook candidate for bioptic driving, and he and others impacted with macular degeneration should be afforded every opportunity and privilege that they are capable of taking advantage of. And I thank you all for your consideration and your time today.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for highlighting both the challenges that Max is going through, but also what maybe numerous other Connecticut residents may have to go through, and an opportunity that we have Connecticut to make life just a little bit easier for him and many others. I really do appreciate your testimony and informing us about those challenges and what we have before us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today. Next up is Joseph Genovese.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senator Will Haskell, and Representative Roland Lamar, Vice Chairs Senator Casano, Representative Sims, and all members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Joe Genovese, and I represent A Right Used Auto Parts here in New Britain as the company's general manager. I am also the vice president of the Connecticut Auto Recyclers. I strongly urge that the committee oppose House Bill 5366. I believe that the House bill is detrimental to not only the company that I manage, but also the consumers here in the state of Connecticut. Passage of House Bill 5366 would be devastating to the state of Connecticut. I do not want to use the word devastating, but the bill will have a domino effect that will affect everyone here in our state. Why is the Body Shop Association pushing for the bill to be put into law? The Body Shop Association will claim that this is about safety. The word safety is used as a tactic to scare people. I ask, why would the language in this bill help make the people of Connecticut safer? I had a conversation with the body shop owner yesterday, one of which I have a long history with. He called me about a mirror for a 2019 CRV. The owner of the body shop tried to call the dealership to purchase the part and was told that it was on a national back order for 6 months. The dealer cannot provide the part. If I couldn't produce the part, then the body shop would have to hold on to this vehicle for 6 months before this car would be able to go back on the road safely. What if this was a single mother working 2 jobs, or the only mode of transportation for this person to get back and forth to work? If House Bill 5366 would get passed, that car would sit for 6 months waiting to be safely put back onto the road. While this is one story, this will be a story that will be profound and common if Bill 5366 is passed. With no other competition, this will happen over and over again. So this brings me back to why the Body Shop Association is claiming this is a safety issue. Will my used mirror be any different than the used mirror that is on the other side of the vehicle? All parts are used as soon as the car is driven off the lot for the first time. I think I can safely say that this is not about safety. The mirror cost from the dealership is $750. My used mirror is $150. The body shop receives 25% above cost of whatever mirror is purchased. 25% of $750 is a lot more than 25% of $150. Now multiply that number by how many parts are damaged that needs to be replaced in the accident. The body shop will receive more money from using the same parts. This is not about safety. This is about the body shop receiving more revenue for the same part. Hypothetically, if House Bill 5366 is passed, the body shops would only be able to purchase their parts at a dealership who sells new parts for insurance work. This bill would essentially eliminate the used and aftermarket competition. With no other competition, this would create a monopoly. Right now, the dealerships have to have competitive pricing in order to compete with used and aftermarket prices. What will happen when you eliminate the competition with House Bill 5366? The dealerships can raise their prices to wherever they want. And what is the definition of monopoly? The exclusive possession or control of supply of or trade in a commodity or service. House Bill 5366 will create absolute monopoly by definition. Now, when the algorithms that the insurance company industry is famous for realizes that they are taking a loss for every repaired car in the state of Connecticut, what's going to happen to the rates?
Hey, Joseph, I hate to interrupt you. I just wanted to give you a heads up. You're right at the kind of speaking time limit. If you wanted to summarize your last couple points, and the committee can move to questions.
Okay. I urge this committee to please vote no on the passage of House Bill 5366. By voting yes, you vote for monopoly. By voting yes, you vote for increased insurance rates. The language in this bill is a poorly worn mask that hides its truth to what plays behind it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for your time and for your testimony today. I don't see any hands raised by fellow committee members. Oh, I'm so sorry. Representative Devlin, just in the nick of time.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was debating about that because I know this has been a long discussion, but I really appreciated hearing Mr. Genovese's testimony. I was curious if there was any, so we've been hearing a lot of testimony today, if there were any category of parts or anything like that that you felt were okay to, be limited to just the dealer parts, if you will.
The problem with categorizing is the way they have it in the language in the bill is that they're going to use OEM recommendations and OEM procedures. And when you have procedures that can be changed on a whim, it's going to get changed to everything that's going to help the manufacturers. So right now it may say LKQ parts. Down the road, it could say OEM new only. And I don't think there's any parts right now from what I sell, and I sell used parts, is the same exact thing is that what everybody else is driving on the road. So my mirror that I'm selling is the same right mirror that you have on your vehicle that you're driving. My left door that I'm selling is the same as the left door that you're driving in right now. There's no difference. And to bring up what the Body Shop Association, the gentleman, I remember his name was Tony. He said that wear and tear, parts should be repaired or replaced rather by the mileage of the vehicle. So let's say that the car that I have that I'm salvaging has 50,000 miles. Your car has 40,000 miles. And his instance is saying that he doesn't believe that my 50,000 mile part should go on your 40,000 mile vehicle, which to me doesn't make any sense because yes, wear and tear on some parts could be true as far as mechanical parts.
So if I may, because one of the individuals, and I had asked for clarification before, used an example of a bumper, and that I'm just going to say Ford for the sake of Ford to have a brand example. So let's say it was a Ford bumper and it had to be a Ford bumper because it connected to electrical and all sorts of things. And if it was a bumper that was non-branded, made in another country, that would be a problem. But what you're saying is, for example, you might sell Ford bumpers and it's just salvaged from another vehicle, right?
Well, not only yes, but not only that, now we're going back to what a body shop would purchase from a dealership. So a body shop is not going to buy a complete bumper with all the sensors and wiring all already attached to it. Everything is purchased a la carte. Okay, so the body shop is going to buy the front bumper cover, just the plastics, and then everything else internally is going to have to be purchased separately. So as far as what I sell a complete unit. I sell it all one piece. So if you want a front bumper, you're getting the whole thing. You're not getting it in pieces. It's not a puzzle. It's going to slap right back onto the vehicle. My parts are no different than the new OEM parts. Difference is that mine has been driven around a little bit, but all your parts have too.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for clarifying it. To me, this is still a little bit, complex. People are struggling to afford to be here in our state, so I totally appreciate finding lower cost, more economical ways of doing things. The whole insurance issue is another valid issue that, certainly has implications both ways. But your testimony was helpful, and I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
I know as a consumer, when I purchase my own personal insurance, I have the option through my insurance to that when my car gets repaired, that I only use certain types of parts, but I have to pay for that option. So that option has always been available to anybody that wanted it. So this is more or less just the body shops wanting to make more profit on a more expensive part.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Devlin. I learned a lot from that as well. I thought that was, Joseph, thank you for your answers. Those were really informative. And I don't see any other hands raised. So we appreciate your time with us today.
Thank you.
I believe next is Mr. Bruce Adams. Mr. Adams, are you there? We'll just give you a moment to log on. All right. Well, we wait for Mr. Adams unless you pop on right now. Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Joe Scully. Good to see you, Joe.
Good afternoon. Good to see you as well. Thank you, co-chairs Haskell and Lamar, and ranking members Summers and Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee, here to speak in support of Senate Bill 334, which would create a path for incarcerated people to obtain their commercial learner's permit as they are approaching the end of their term of incarceration. The trucking industry has a shortage of about 80,000 drivers nationwide. I wish we had a state-specific number. We don't, but I can tell you that I've heard from members on this issue almost more than anything else this past year and a half. They can't find drivers. They're worried about keeping their drivers to prevent them from going to other companies. They put out ads. They can't get anyone to respond for open driving jobs. Well, this would hopefully attract drivers to the industry. Our members have told me that they have hired formerly incarcerated people before. I think they're willing to do it again. They've said that people coming out of incarceration, they've paid their debt to society. They need to be given a chance, and we're willing to give that chance. So we understand there's a small cost associated with providing the technology so that the people can study to get their commercial learner's permit. We're okay with that cost. We think it's an investment in our workforce, an investment in our society. I think this program is scalable. It's not going to be limited to a small amount of people. I think it'll allow for a vast number of people to participate in it if they want to. I also want to just highlight, I think Section 3 of the bill is very important, where it'll ensure that DMV has the appropriate staff and funding for staff to do this. Right now there's about a 45-day wait time in order to get a CDL test, which is, a not insignificant amount of time. We'd like that to be smaller. So we just want to make sure staff doesn't get too strained and that number gets bigger. We want both things. We want the tests as soon as we can get them, while also supporting this bill, which would, add more people into the pipeline to go get their CDL test. So we urge support for this, and I can end my comments there. Thank you very much.
Joe, thanks so much for your testimony and for your support in the bill, and frankly, your partnership in helping to bring it to fruition. One point of clarification, just as we seek to better understand the DMV's capacity to administer these tests at facilities. You said there's about a 45-day waiting period just across the state for CDL testing.
Yeah. So if I wanted, let's say I've got my commercial learner's permit and I've done my entry-level driver training, which is a new federal requirement, and I want to right now go make an appointment for a CDL test. It's 45 days from now. So that's 45 days that I'm not working, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not criticizing DMV at all. We have a great partnership with them, and they're figuring out this new entry-level driver training thing as well. But we want to make sure that number doesn't get any bigger.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. There could be additional resources that DMV needs in order to make this possible. Two other questions for you. We've talked a little bit today, and Zoe addressed from Emilio in his testimony that the cost of this program, the technology, the investment that the state would have to make. Can you talk a little bit about the cost of inaction? What happens if we fail to address the driver shortage on CDLs? Might we expect consumer prices to rise? What happens to the trucking industry?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that would lead to or exacerbate what I think we're already experiencing, which is a capacity crunch. There's a lot of freight out there that needs to be moved. We don't have enough capacity in terms of trucks, truck drivers, trucking companies to move it. So that does drive up prices because shippers will bid over the ability to get a trucking company to haul something for them, and that drives up prices for consumers. So not having enough truck drivers in the industry is one of several things that can raise consumer costs.
Understood. Okay, one last question, then I see Representative Devlin has her hand up as well. But I want to better understand what happens when an individual has earned their CLP, their commercial learner's permit, but they don't have their CDL yet. I want to make sure that these folks who are completing their term of incarceration, that the industry is ready to accept them into perhaps an apprenticeship program, a driving school. Can you can you help us sort of envision what it looks like if you have your CLP, but you're not across the finish line for your CDL?
Sure. So let's say someone goes through this program, they get their CLP, they get out of prison. There's one of two things that'll happen basically. One is you could go to a CDL training school and there's tuition associated with that. Everyone always asks me for a number. I'll give you $8,000-ish for tuition to go to CDL training school. The other way is that person could be hired by a trucking company. It would likely be a larger trucking company because the company would have to be in compliance with the entry-level driver training rule, which went into effect, the federal rule went into effect just a month ago. So essentially, the trucking company is acting as a CDL training school, and they have to ensure that in doing that, they meet all the necessary federal requirements. I did text a contact at a large trucking company just to make sure, hey, when this is going on, are the new employees who are under training getting paid? And this person at this company said yes. So I think that's the case, generally speaking, but obviously I can't say that one thing applies for every single trucking company out there.
Fascinating. So it sounds like there's the option to go into one of these CDL schools and you pay some level of tuition, and the other option is maybe even better, a paid apprenticeship or of sorts. That's really helpful to know and encouraging. And I just wanted, before I hand it over to Representative Devlin, I just want to say thank you for being such a partner on this, whether it's you, DMV, Department of Corrections, Emilio, everyone has taken the approach, yes, and in terms of trying to make this happen. So it's been a pleasure working with you on this, and I'm excited to keep in touch to get it across the finish line. I'll hand it over now to Representative Devlin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This will be quick because you actually just hit on the very question I had, which was sort of wanting to understand that whole sequence. But just to dig into your final comment there, Joe, so for those companies that may take somebody that hasn't gone to a school or through a formal training program, they basically have their own then in-house training where they may be learning, doing some other things before they hit the road.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, they'd be there working, getting paid, going through the training. I think one of the best ways to say it, it's as if they're going through CDL training school, but just at a trucking company instead of at an actual school that's open to the public.
Right. Okay. And are those companies, any of them large enough that they're headquartered in Connecticut, or are these national companies that, hire in Connecticut?
Headquartered here, I don't know about that. I mean, I will say XPO, their headquarters is in Greenwich, and I'm not going to speak for them because I truly don't know, other than to say I know they're big enough that they could do this if they wanted to. We have a few of our larger members who operate nationally. While their headquarters is not here, they do this. They train some of their drivers in-house here in Connecticut.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Representative Devlin. Senator Cassano, followed by Representative O'Day.
Yes, thank you. A question I asked earlier, and I'll ask it again. Mike, particularly, you'd probably know the answer to this. I've had two people now in my district over the last couple of years that they had CDL licenses. One worked for municipality, one worked for a firm. Both one had a drug problem, one had an alcohol problem. Both have been through recovery. Can they get back to work with the CDL? How do they go about that? Because they're told basically you got to go back to school, start all over again and everything else. How does it work?
Okay, I first want to mention a hypothetical. Let's say they did not get fired. The employer wanted to keep them. They have to go through what you call the return to duty process. During that process, they have to be seen by a substance abuse professional who will, order a certain number of drug tests, and ultimately it is up to the substance abuse professional, as they follow regulations and guidelines, to determine, okay, you are now fit to return to duty. Now, if the drivers were fired, it is my understanding that they can't complete the return to duty process unless they are employed by a trucking company. I'm going to say after this, I will check with my contact at the federal government. I think it's possible that they could start the return to duty process after they've been fired. For example, I don't think there's anything prohibiting them from reaching out to a substance abuse professional and telling them what happened and starting the process. But in order to complete it, I believe you've got to return to duty and complete a specific number of tests once you've done that. But if I can, I will clarify that second part with the feds and get back to you.
And the key would be if they can't go back to the company they were with, do they have to get a whole new CDL, another year of training to go somewhere else? Because there are people looking for drivers that aren't the same companies, and so that CDL, I assume, is permanent, but maybe it's not.
Yeah, I don't think you would need to get a new CDL. You would only need to get a new CDL under a scenario where it's downgraded because you don't update your medical card and it's been downgraded for a period of 2 years or more. So I don't think anything like that would come into play here. Or let's say if it expired during the time that they were not working because they've been fired and a certain amount of time, I think it's 2 years has elapsed. Maybe that's a scenario where they need to go and get a whole new CDL. But generally, I don't think that's a huge part of this.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cassano, and thank you, Joe. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to both chairs and the ranking members for getting this a public hearing. I strongly support it. And Mr. Scully, I appreciate your testimony on this and support. One thing that I've been kind of working on along the lines of the what was just brought up by the good senator is what some people may not be aware of. If you're convicted of driving under the influence, say, a very minor driving under the influence charge in your off time, obviously we don't want anybody drinking and driving at all, but even if you had 1 or 2 drinks and in your private car and you were pulled over and got it driving under the influence, you lose your CDL. And so, as the good senator said, the process if you do get fired of getting your CDL back is not an easy one. And so, one of the things I've kind of looked into is, how can we not so dramatically impact someone who makes a mistake and losing their job and their livelihood. And I'm wondering what your position is. I know, not to put you on the spot, we haven't talked about it, but we have talked about the fact that you lose your CDL with even if you have an infraction or an arrest for driving under the influence in your private car. Have you taken a position on that kind of legislation?
Well, so it came up last year, and I think it's been around for a few years. And there was a bill in that would have allowed a person who gets a DUI while in their passenger car, even though they're a CDL holder, to go through the pretrial diversion program. The federal government indicated to us, to DMV, I think to anybody who would listen, they felt very strongly that that would be a violation of what they call anti-masking. We would be rules. We would be masking the violation. So, and we would lose tens of millions of dollars of federal highway funding if we were to pass that. And now, so because of that, I don't think that's something that that we should do. We can't have a program that prevents a conviction. You could have, if the person in their passenger car feels they're innocent, they weren't under the influence, they can go through the legal process and be found not guilty, and that's fine. But you can't have a program that prevents a conviction, is what the feds say.
And it's generally my recollection, and thank you for reminding me on that. And so it's more of a federal issue than a state issue. Well, in any event, thank you for your testimony, and thank the good chairs for bringing this up. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Representative. I appreciate those thoughts as well. Joe, I don't see any other comments or questions from committee members. So thanks for your time and for your patience with us today.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Maxton Busa. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
It was correct.
Wonderful. The floor is yours.
All right. Hi, my name is Maxton Busa. I'd like to thank everyone today for their time and allowing me the opportunity to speak. My goal is to legalize bioptic driving in the state of Connecticut. Driving is a really important part of life for most people, whether it's driving to work or a friend's house, going to the store, or being able to respond to an urgent situation such as an emergency room visit. I want to be able to get a job and commute to college and will need consistent, reliable transportation. I live in the town of Monroe where public transportation is limited and isn't always the most efficient way to travel. Getting to a public bus stop is a challenge when it's several miles away. Uber is not a cost-effective alternative, even if it is readily available at all times. Friends are also not a reliable source either. Being able to drive will allow me to live the way I want to, with the same freedom and independence as someone with full vision. I don't want to be seen as someone with a disability when I'm perfectly capable to drive. Bioptic glasses will compensate for my vision loss. The thought of everyone getting cars for their 16th birthdays and going to get their license makes me tear up because I really want that freedom and privilege. I'm afraid of getting made fun of for not being able to drive. Seeing all of my friends drive to school and me having to be stuck on the bus is very frustrating. I don't want my mom to have to drive me everywhere while my friends get to go wherever, whenever. It will be humiliating to have to rely on my mom to bring me where I need to be, whether it's a friend's house or even worse, a date. Overall, I just want to live with freedom and have the independence to drive and the ability to do it safely with bioptics. There should be no limitations to what I can do, not when there is a safe way to obtain independence. Thank you for your chance.
Maxton, thank you so much for your testimony and for sharing your story with us. We can't tell you how much we appreciate your very personal words. And I also just want to say that Representative Tony Scott from Monroe has been a wonderful advocate on this issue and in bringing it to our attention as a committee. So thank you so much. I see that Representative Lamar has his hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Haskell. I just want to say thank you, Max, for coming before us. And I completely understand, even though I think it was your mom on a little bit earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was outstanding. So you shouldn't be too embarrassed by having her drive you around because she's a rock star. But I can certainly understand why you deserve the right to take this upon yourself. And there's technology out there that allows us to analyze this and make appropriate decisions. And gosh, I really appreciate you being willing to come forward on behalf of yourself, but also many other folks who are in the same situation. So again, thank you, Max.
Thank you.
Thanks, Representative Lamar. I see that Senator Cassano has his hand raised as well.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Max, I just want to thank you and your mother. I knew nothing about the testing or what you're going through until your mother testified. And then listening to you firsthand, I've always been in favor of the underdog, and you're in that underdog position right now, and you shouldn't be. And we're in a position to change that. And the reason we are in that position is because you've come forward, your others come forward, we wouldn't know. And so I thank you for doing this because others will benefit from it. It makes sense. There's a way that you can drive safely, so let's take advantage of it. So thank you for coming. You've opened the door not only for potentially for yourself, but for others. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cassano. Representative Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't mean to be piling on, but Max, I have to echo the sentiments that we just heard. You know, I think driving is culturally in our country is a rite of passage, and I'm glad that the further along we move through history, the more obstacles to people being able to fully participate in our culture, and which is certainly a culture of driving in America, and experience those types of rites of passage that we've all gone through, is just a wonderful thing. And people like yourself and your mom are the reason why these changes happen, because you're not afraid to speak up when you see where change can be positive. And I wanted to thank you for that, and for being a trailblazer for many, many other people. It's much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tim.
Thanks, Representative Smith, and I think we all echo those sentiments, Max. We're so grateful that you shared your story with us.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands raised, so I hope you have a great rest of your day. And
Thank you.
I'm going to circle back now to Bruce Adams, who wasn't able to join us earlier. Mr. Adams, is your camera and microphone working?
It sure is.
All right, great. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, or thank you for allowing me to testify in front of you and the distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. I think this is probably the first time I've ever appeared in front of this committee, and it's an honor for me, so thank you. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 5365, which is an act concerning certificates of title. And for credit unions especially, who are not-for-profit financial institutions, finding efficient ways to cut costs and maintain safety and security to our members, to our customers, is paramount. We as nonprofit financial cooperatives, we take all of our profits and plow them right back into our communities and into our members. So when we do a car loan, for instance, and we have to have a person receive a paper title in an otherwise digital file, place it in the file, hold it for however long, and then go and deliver it back to the purchaser when the lien is satisfied, is a burdensome thing. And oftentimes those pieces of paper either get lost or misfiled, as they would over the course, let's say, of 5 years. And this is an idea that time has come for Connecticut. We would be the 25th state that would institute electronic lien and title. Massachusetts, our friendly neighbors to the north, has had it for a few years now. And this technology allows you to create, save, archive, even alter the title if necessary, all digitally until certain things happen. For instance, the loan is paid off, or the vehicle is totaled and needs to be taken off the rolls, etc. So we believe that bringing this kind of technology into Connecticut is appropriate because it benefits the consumer, it benefits the seller, it benefits the lender, and it benefits the state. The state can reduce its hard costs in equipment, and processing, printing, mailing vehicle titles. It eases burden on customer-facing staff by reducing customer foot traffic. And it frees up existing human resources to focus on easing operational burden and other areas of the agency. And frankly, it avoids the embarrassment of a customer with an electronic title moving into Connecticut, having to go to the DMV, generate a paper title just to complete, the obligations of moving into a state like Connecticut that purports to be technologically advanced and on the forefront. I've submitted written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks so much, Mr. Adams. I see this as a really important step towards the modernization of our processes in government. So we really appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I don't see any hands raised, but we are grateful for your time and for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee.
All right, I think up next is Mr. Bob Amendola.
Yes, hi, I'm here.
Wonderful. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Welcome. I want to thank the Transportation Committee and the senators and representatives for hearing this today. I am in agreement with HB 5366. I'm a 30-plus year owner of a collision repair in New Haven, and I'm also president of the Auto Body Association of Connecticut. That being said, we deal with the situations of cars being repaired every day, and we have the duty to put cars back into safe working order for the consumers. We have no objection to OEM used parts. I don't know how this misnomer got into this bill. We use used parts when they're proper. If they're OEM parts, they're exactly as the recyclers have testified. If it's a LKQ, a like kind and quality part, it's a fine repair. Where we have issue is if there are OEM procedures that have to be put in place to fix a car, and an aftermarket part is of a substandard quality, and it will affect some of the safety systems in the vehicle, that we can't have, because the liability is strictly on ourselves, the repairers. We're the repair professionals, and the decision for how these cars are repaired falls in our jurisdiction, because we have, like I said, all that liability. The liability is not on the provider of the parts. The liability is not on the insurance companies. If we do something that causes a fault or a failure for a consumer, we are the ones that are totally to blame. So we have to have that authority to go along with that responsibility. Who better to determine how a car gets repaired than the repair professionals that do it every day? Some of the analogies of some aftermarket parts, there are some good aftermarket parts, but there are in crashworthiness parts that are not crash tested. You cannot say that they're the same as an OEM part that has been crash tested. So that's where those differences come in. Some of the analogies that were given, I didn't feel were valid. But here again, I'm going to reiterate about the LKQ. If the LKQ sales recyclers have issue, they should take that up with the OEMs if the OEMs don't think that they are the same. We don't think that, and we don't want that option to be taken off the table. We understand costs of repairs, and recycling is a very ecological and economical choice when necessary, but that has to be put into the hands of the repairers, and it's not about money, it's about safety. This is a pro-consumer issue, and the owner should be the person that has that opportunity to make their own decisions, as long as it's not a safety factor. If it's a safety factor, we won't do it. We'll bow out. But if it's not a safety factor, if it's a cosmetic option and they're looking to save money, so be it. But it should be in the choice of the consumer.
Hey, Bob, I hate to cut you off. I just want to let you know you're running right up against the time limit. So if you kind of summarize, and we'll move to the question.
Absolutely. Thank you. In summarizing again, it's just, we are the ones responsible. The repairers are the ones, and rightfully so, responsible for the safety of the consumer. Therefore, we should be the ones that are making the decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amendola. I don't see any questions or comments from the committee, but we appreciate your time today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm going to hand the virtual gavel back to Co-Chair Lamar now.
Thank you, Senator Haskell. Next up is Richard Montesi, followed by Mark Binder. Is Richard in? Richard, there should be I'm promoting you as an analyst, and it should be able to join up right now. There we go.
Looks like he's joining now.
Hello?
Hello, Richard. How are you?
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Lamar, Chairman Haskell, ranking members Carney and Summers, and to all distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Richard Montesi of F&S Auto Parts, Inc. I am requesting the Transportation Committee oppose House Bill 5366. Currently, the automotive industry, as well as the rest of the world, is undergoing a severe supply chain issue. Many original equipment parts are unavailable or, as we often hear, on back order with no timetable given when they will be available. Every day we field calls from customers pleading with us to find them parts so they can repair or and return their customers' vehicles in a safe and timely manner. We as auto recyclers are often the only means that a repair facility has a facility has to repair a vehicle in a timely manner with OEM parts, as they are not readily available and sometimes in the range of 6 months or who knows. House Bill 5366 would eliminate this option. It would increase insurance rates for consumers during a time of unprecedented inflation. Recycled OEM parts are often 50% less than new OEM parts. This fact helps repair facilities responsibly and safely repair a consumer's vehicle at substantial less cost. Putting the OEM guidelines language would eliminate this option. As said before, the original manufacturers do not like to use, or say they don't agree with using salvage parts. So this would eliminate this option. What would this do for consumers who can't get parts to fix their cars? This is my main concern here with this legislation.
Thank you, Richard. And I think that's a really valid point. And as you've probably heard, there's quite a bit of disagreement over the impact of the language in the bill. The committee's got their work out ahead of us to try to figure out the right path forward. I've already committed to reach out to a number of folks after this public hearing to work through those issues. And I'm going to continue to do that because this is something that clearly has the attention of a lot of individuals in the state. And we got to chart a good path, a responsible path forward. And I appreciate you lending your voice and your experience to this. Are there any questions for Richard? Seeing none, thank you again for testifying today.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark Binder, to be followed by Cindy Hare.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Bender. I'm with Copart. I appreciate this opportunity to speak, and I'm here to ask for your support on Section 1 of House Bill 5366. I'm also joined in this testimony by Jim Costello. He is a general manager for us in our New Britain location, and we also have a location in East Granby. But we service all of Connecticut and we employ 86 individuals in the state. So we specialize, what Copart does, you've probably never heard of us, we specialize in the selling and auction, insurance total loss claims, as well as donated vehicles from various charities that you would recognize. This Section 1 has two changes. The first is an update to the alternative title statute for insurance companies. What it does is basically at a high level is reduce duplicative steps and add additional methods of sending documents to the former vehicle owners that have already been paid for the claim. And then Section 1 also creates a process for titling and the removing of abandoned vehicles that are left on our facility when the vehicle owners honestly just refuse to come get them after the insurance company no longer has a need for them or doesn't pay the claim. This language in the abandonment section is actually based off Massachusetts' current statute. So we borrowed their good work and felt it would be appropriate for Connecticut. I do have two requests. So we respectfully request to amend the language in Section 1 in two areas. The first is to remove the phrase certificate of mailing on line 94. This is because it was our understanding when we talked with the department that they did not like this one section option of certificate of mailing. So we want to respect them and have that removed. And also on the second suggested amendment is on line 138, we're requesting the word insured be removed from and added instead vehicle owner. We have, I can give you many reasons why that is, but at a high level, it's more of a technical change to actually capture the vehicle owner. And that is all in our written testimony. And I'd like to just pass over to Jim real quick, and he can finish up and then throw it back to me. Jim?
Hello.
Go ahead, Jim.
Hi. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'll make this quick. My name is Jim Costello. I'm the general manager of Copart in New Britain. I want to thank you for your time today and ask for your support for Section 1 of House Bill 5366. Section of this bill creates an abandoned title process for our industry. At times, vehicles are abandoned at our property and the owner refuses to remove them. Second part of Section 1 addresses this concern. Currently, we do not have a way to sell these vehicles. Our only option is to remove these vehicles by licensed towers. We are hoping to be able to process these vehicles through abandonments ourselves. Again, we thank the committee for raising this bill, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jim. And we're more than willing to answer any questions that you might have on Section 1 of 5366.
Thank you, Jim and Mark, and I appreciate you testifying here today and succinctly outlining the challenges that you have and also the recommended solutions that you have, particularly with the language as it was drafted versus how you envision it working in practice. So I do appreciate you outlining that. And I do appreciate you spelling it out very clearly in your written testimony as well. So it's really helpful. Are there any questions for Mark or Jim? Seeing none, you guys are off easy today.
Oh, that was nice.
Your time.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your time.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Cindy Hare.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can, Cindy.
Hi, my name is Cindy Hare, and I'm an administrative director at Bishop's Auto Parts, Middletown, Connecticut. This is the first time I speak in front of a panel, and thank you to Senator Haskell and Representative Lamar. I have been listening since this started today and have heard a lot of different things. I was going to just speak to the eco benefit of the salvage industry, which is what Bishop's Auto Parts. It seems that there is an agreement about how we are a carbon negative industry, which is great. I think that the committee needs to consider any bill that would impact our industry. I also wanted to talk about the increased costs for constituents in Connecticut. The insurance costs would definitely go up if someone were not able to use a recycled part or perhaps an aftermarket part. That being said, the first time I became aware that a bill like this or this type of bill was trying to pass through committee was in 2019. 2019 was the first time it was brought to my attention and we spoke about it. At that time in the bill, there was the language that allowed for the placement of ROE as well as OEM parts. And my concern now is that I do not see that language. I only see the OEM language and the fact that OEM manufacturers are the ones that drive what is the guideline for auto bodies to repair. I fully respect all of the safety issues that were presented, safety concerns. However, the only example that I was presented with was from the gentleman who represented, let's see, that would have been John Parisi. He spoke about an incident that my understanding happened a number of years ago in another state, not even near Connecticut, with a roof that was glued and not welded. I would like to hear more instances of, are there in fact a safety issue with using these OEM, these recycled or aftermarket parts? We can all cite safety, but do we have statistics that show this is actually a problem? And I would like the panel or the committee to look at that. Are we addressing something that in fact is not an issue? And finally, the last thing I want to say, of course, with the supply chain issues that we've been having, original manufacturers, which recycled parts are, but the supply chain issues have caused a delay for someone who's trying to get something right out of a Ford company or a Chevy company, things that are not manufactured in Connecticut. We need to make sure that the language doesn't allow the OEM to close the door on what is available to the consumers in Connecticut, because they start to close the door by limiting the language, and then they in fact slam the door, so they are the only one that we can go to. It's important that we make sure we cover all the bases, and recycled parts are original parts. They're perfect for your car. They're safe, unless you can cite me something different. Again, that's my issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And since you've been paying attention since the beginning, I know that you've heard me say a few times now that, we have on one side the manufacturers and the auto repairers saying this is an important consideration that we need to adopt. And we have the suppliers and insurance companies saying, look, if you care about consumers and their costs, you got to allow us to use these perfectly rational and reasonable parts as part of our repair. So as you can see, we've got a struggle before us in the committee, and I'm going to have to reach out to people after today to try to understand this issue a little bit more and try to put forward a responsible piece of legislation for this committee to consider. And I'm hoping you'll return a phone call I might give you in the next few days.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Cindy. I really appreciate your time today. Next up, we have William DeBacco, followed by Brandon Dufour. William, I'm attempting to add you as a panelist if you're, there we go.
You should be joining now.
Excellent.
Unmute, all right. Mic check.
Good afternoon, William. How are you?
Yes, good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lamar, Chair Haskell, ranking members, Carney and Summers, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. My name is William DeBacco. I am the president of the Connecticut Auto Recyclers. The Connecticut Auto Recyclers are expressing our opposition of House Bill 5366 of sections 12 to 14, as our issue is the discouragement of recycled OEM parts by this particular bill. As many of you know, this issue we feel is a major threat to our 50+ small business auto recycling yards in the state of Connecticut. These are the same parts that many of you people have already said that are on your vehicles you're driving currently, that you put your family, you put your friends in, a door, a fender, a bumper, that all met the strict standards of parts that came off the production line of an OEM manufacturer. So any wording in the bill that says collision repair guidelines, procedures, recommendations, and service bulletins makes our industry obsolete to the consumers and repair facilities. Do I have video footage, by the way, or am I black?
William, you do not, which is perfectly fine, but you are not.
Just noticed that. Look down.
Okay.
It's like, okay, sorry guys. So keep in mind, our main concern is the use of our recycled OEM parts. Since a repair facility is doing the work, we all trust that work to be done correctly. We have some great repair facilities in the state, bar none, more than pleased. We get along with all of them. But adding this type of wording restricts the ability of us as OEM recyclers to sell OEM parts, plain and simple. Yes, we are definitely in favor for correctly done repairs, but eliminating the option for a consumer or insurance company, the allowance of writing in our recycled OEM parts is what we have an issue with. So as you can see, this puts up major red flags for our industry. We feel our facilities parts are extremely valuable to lower cost of repairs and helps both newer and older cars stay on the road. The manufacturers are a major influence on this whole proposal. As Joe mentioned earlier, the part markup is a large aspect here. Dealers will get thousands more orders if this were to be allowed. So the body shops will get their wholesale price, be able to mark it up on the part that they truly sell as a retail price. So there's a lot of money to be added here. In no regard are we coming out the Body Shop Association, but we feel that the OEM manufacturers are trying to monopolize. All of us as consumers want repair to be done in a timely manner. This does not happen when only the use of new OEM parts is done on repairs. The time frame delays will be incredibly long, so making consumers will make large problems. Making consumers live and function with no car is going to be the start of the problem. Then most insurance companies will allow a rental car for a short period of time. Once that car is taken away from them, now they are left to live their life with zero modes of transportation, which we see as a very much an issue in the state. Oops, I just touched my screen, sorry. Stay with me. So as you can see, shops in my own vicinity have weeks to month-long repair times, and many use our recycled parts to allow a repair to be done in a proper manner and get the vehicle back on the road in the correct manner. That is all I have to say now. Any questions, more than welcome to shoot at me. And wanted to thank you for hearing my opposition to House Bill 5366.
And I want to thank you, William, for lending your testimony and your experience to this issue. A lot of questions have been answered earlier during the day from folks who are testifying. But as you've likely heard, my door is going to be open and my phone is going to be reaching out to a lot of folks to try and determine what the appropriate recommendation for this committee is to consider. And if I reach out to you in the next couple of days, just give me a call back and we'll try to get a chance to understand this issue in greater detail.
Perfect. You're my guest.
Thank you, William.
Thank you.
Seeing none. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Next, we have Brandon Dufour, followed by Tony Cavallero.
Good afternoon. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, Senator Haskell, Representative Lamar, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Brandon Dufour. I am the founder and CEO of the Next Street. The Next Street is the largest driving school in the state. We employ 175 people and educate more than 25,000 new drivers in Connecticut every year. I'm here to offer my support for Senate Bill number 335. We participate in the DMV's offsite license testing program. This program offers new drivers the opportunity to test in their familiar driving school location and familiar driving school car instead of going to a DMV branch where they would have to use their own motor vehicle. This program is wildly popular with new drivers and their parents. A few years ago, the unit at DMV that oversees this program sent out a notification to driving schools that the program would be immediately restricted to students under the age of 22 years old. We've attempted to work with the agency to address the age cap, or at the very least understand it. Unfortunately, this age cap is still in place today. Senate Bill number 335 would allow all students of a driver's education school to participate in the offsite license testing program. Tests at driving schools are safer and more efficient than tests at DMV branches. Tests at our schools are completed in dual controlled cars, giving the testing agents, DMV employees, a break on their side of the vehicle. We can also test 22 new drivers in a day in the offsite program, where branch agents are only able to test 12 to 14 students per day. It is a program that is loved by both DMV agents and new drivers in Connecticut. When many people think of a new driver, they think of a high school sophomore or junior nervously awaiting their test with mom or dad at their side. The world has changed. We now educate more adult new drivers than we do teen new drivers. Restricting this offsite program to students under the age of 22 creates a barrier to a driver's license to the adult new drivers that need a license the most. These are often people that have no access to a street legal vehicle that they could test with at a DMV branch. Due to the age ceiling in the offsite program, these students have no choice but to test at the branch. This means that this population is either unable to drive or is forced to drive illegally without a license. Knocking down this barrier will improve access and affordability and will create new opportunities for adult new drivers across the state. I was able to watch the commissioner's testimony this morning, and she highlighted that the DMV does not want to be a barrier to any person getting a license across the state of Connecticut. However, the policy that is currently in place is doing exactly that. The DMV also spoke on being supply constrained in the offsite program. While this is true, limiting the age of participants in the program isn't a solution to the supply problem. This doesn't change demand or need for a license test. It simply displaces it. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee has.
Thank you, Brandon, for your testimony and for highlighting this issue for the committee during screening early on in session, and for bringing a number of issues to the attention of leadership and our staff. You have a couple questions, I believe. Representative Zupkis.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mr. Dufour, how are you?
I'm well, Representative. Good to see you.
Thanks, it's nice to see you. Thanks for coming today. Could you talk a little bit about, because I did talk to the commission about wait times, and could you talk a little bit about the wait times for off-site testing for driver's license?
Sure. So
I
the
know
way
that's been a problem.
Yeah, and it continues to be. So the way that the program is run is within the driver's ed unit at the DMV. They assign license test appointments to the driving schools. So we as schools put in requests based on our number of students that we have, and then they assign out dates to us. So currently my school is sold out through the end of April, and we have not yet received our test allotment for May, June, July. So we're waiting on that. So we have no offsite tests available right now in our system. At branch, they do have tests available. We pulled it this morning. They're depending on which branch you're testing in. Weathersfield was the most stocked. They had appointments as soon as next week. And I think Waterbury and maybe Willimantic were the worst, and they were end of April to early May to find a license test appointment. Just for context, pre-COVID, the wait was 3 to 4 days for both offsite and onsite, basically anywhere in the state. So there certainly have felt the effects of short staffedness at the state level. And we continue to work with the DMV to try to get more appointments into our system as soon as possible.
When I asked the question, as I understood it, they explained that some of the tests are done under the gentleman who answered the question, and I apologize, I don't remember his name. And then some are done under the branch. So it seemed to me like they're coming from two different places. And I'm thinking, well, what is the most efficient and effective way to do this?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. The branch operations oversee everything that happens in branch, and the driver's education unit oversees everything that happens at driving schools. So although license testing, the function is the same, whether you do it at a branch or at a driving school, that function is being overseen under two different umbrellas at the DMV, and those two umbrellas don't talk to each other. And so if there is an abundance of supply at branch, but no supply at driving schools, there's no mechanism of moving that supply around to be in the places that they might need it the most. So it is an opportunity to create some efficiencies to kind of look at license testing. It's at the end of the day, it's supply and demand, right? There is a number of people that need their license, and the DMV has to provide supply of tests for those people to get that license. The venue at which that license test happens should be irrelevant.
Thank you. And then I guess my only other question is the time of fingerprinting and how that is being handled, because I know whether it's in this committee or in public safety, fingerprinting is a big issue.
So, we're in a transition phase. I have hope that fingerprinting is getting better. All of our driving instructors have to be fingerprinted before they can be tested to be a driving instructor. So, if you asked me this 4 months ago, I would have said it's an absolute train wreck. We were waiting, 12 to 16 weeks to get fingerprints results. I had instructors that started in October that weren't able to test for their instructor license until February. So it was abysmal. The fingerprinting part of that has improved. So even in the last 4 weeks, we've been given new online access to fingerprinting. We're seeing results come back in 2 to 4 weeks instead of 2 to 4 months. So it is certainly improving. It gives me hope. Hopefully we're on the right trajectory here to be solving this for the long term.
Great. Good. Well, thank you so much. You do a great job and supply a lot of jobs in our area. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for the questions.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis. And thank you, Brandon, for your testimony today. As usual, we rely on your input on a number of issues that affect driving schools and driving test structure and apparatus, and how we can advance a number of improvements for citizens across the state. And we'll talk to you on a frequent basis to get clarification about different legislation that we may need to consider. And you've been a reliable resource for the committee in that regard. And I appreciate your time.
Reach out anytime. Thanks so much.
Next up, we have Tony Cavallaro, followed by Hank Baum. Tony, are you available?
Oh. God. Hello.
Hello, Tony. How are you?
Good. How are you? Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Good afternoon, Senator Haskell, Representative Roland Lamar, ranking members, and distinguished members of the transportation. My name is Tony Cavallero, president of Airport Road Auto Body, here located in Hartford. I think for the I'm sorry. I thank you for allowing me to testify before the Transportation Committee today on Bill number 5366. Airport Auto Body's been in business since 1983. I started it when I was 23 years old. I've learned a lot from mistakes in the past on repairing vehicles. Our facility is currently doing business on high-end vehicles along as standard vehicles. Although the aftermarket parts issue is the problem that we're having in the industry today. I don't understand the disconnect that we have with the used parts because I don't see the problem there. And I'm looking forward to speaking with, and I'm sure I could talk for the Auto Body Association as well. I'm looking forward to speaking with the used parts companies that we do business with, because we do business with used parts as long as they're clean and fair. What we have to understand today is that the cars that are on the road today are highly sophisticated and deserve high-tech employees to repair them. Aftermarket parts are not designed or tested to perform the right functions that the OEMs provide for these vehicles to perform. Our plea in this matter is not about profit. We're not here to make, not about profit. Our main concern is safety and quality. I submitted an attachment, the state of Connecticut contract 17P SX0211, Exhibit A, paragraph B, number 5, which states that a contractor shall only use original equipment manufactured OEM parts for repairs on state-owned vehicles. If the state requires OEM parts for their own vehicles, I feel that it's only proper for Connecticut residents to have the same requirement. This bill is about empowering the customer and making it clear who makes repair decisions without inside influence. It's more about process than parts. So our repairs are required to be 100% to the consumer and for safety. OEM parts affect customer safety. You need to use OEM bumpers or windshields to make sure that the cameras and the radars are working properly and safely. In addition, 92% of vehicles today have at least one advanced driver assistance system feature installed as of May 2018. Aftermarket parts may not conform.
Tony, I hate to interrupt you. I just want to let you know you're butting up against the kind of end of the time limit. If you wanted to maybe summarize the last few points and we can legislator question.
Sure. So this meeting today, from my understanding, was basically about aftermarket parts, not so much LKQ, which I think we'll be able to address down the road. But it's all about aftermarket parts. There's a lot of radars. There's a lot of cameras in these cars. It's a safety function. We at Airport Auto Body do not use any aftermarket parts. We also like to invite you, the committee, to visit us since we're so close to the Capitol, to come and we'll give you a tour of how the process is in place, how we calibrate the cameras on these vehicles, how we install the parts, and so on and so forth. So thank you for hearing me. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, please, I'm ready.
Thank you, Tony. I really appreciate your testimony today, and I appreciate the business that you've built over time and like the great work you do on behalf of so many people in Connecticut. We had a lot of testimony today and a lot of questions helped illuminate this issue more for members. I'll likely be reaching out to a number of folks post public hearing to try and reach a conclusion that I can recommend to the rest of the committee. And I just want to say thank you again for both your spoken and written testimony and help trying to figure out the right path forward.
Thank you.
Any questions for Tony? Seeing none. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Hank Baum, followed by Jessica Andrews.
That wasn't so bad. Yeah.
Trying to promote them to panelists now. There might be some issue on that. Jessica Andrews has been able to join the room. If you might want to start with her, and we'll try and get Hank and a few of the others into the room during that time.
Excellent. Jessica, are you available?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay, great. Chairman Lamar, Chairman Haskell, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jessica Andrews, and I'm here today representing the Automotive Recyclers Association. We have several members in the state of Connecticut, some of whom you've already heard from today. I'd like to start out by providing you all with a little bit more insight into what my colleague Andreas addressed earlier, that automotive recycling is a carbon negative industry. Worcester Polytechnic Institute in Massachusetts did a study of auto recyclers' impact in the state and found that by reclaiming auto parts for reuse and recycling the vehicles, auto recyclers reduced the state's carbon footprint by at least 2.2 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. So just keep that in mind. This is the environmentally friendly industry that House Bill 5366 is targeting by placing severe limitations on the utilization of recycled parts. ARA has two primary areas of concern in this bill. A lot of the points I was going to make have already been addressed, but I'll just kind of hit on them quickly. First, section 13, paragraph G, this is the OEM repair procedure language, the repair guidelines, recommendations. There's been a lot of back and forth about that. I think you can probably guess what I'm going to say. These documents are biased. They are based on weak or no apparent scientific research. They are thinly veiled attempts to force recycled OEM parts and other alternative part options out of the market. Earlier today, my colleague Tom Tucker referenced the OEM One Stop website, and I really encourage you to take a look and you can see why we're so concerned with this language and what we're dealing with. The position statements outright ban the use of recycled OEM parts. These are their parts, the same parts manufactured by the OEMs. We've seen this language before. I believe it's nearly 24 states over the past 3 years so far. It's not a surprise to us, but in no state has it passed. There's been so much opposition, and I urge you, members of the committee, to reject it as well. The second part of that paragraph, having to do with the diminished value of the vehicle, is also a concern to some of our members. We're worried that it could be misconstrued and discourage the utilization of recycled OEM parts. We all want vehicles repaired safely. Automotive recyclers have quality control processes in place to ensure that only the safest quality OEM parts are going back into the market. But really it's when a vehicle is in an accident, it is that crash history that diminishes the value. Using recycled parts does not diminish a car's value. And that language is misleading and an unfair characterization of the parts that our members sell. Our second area of concern is section 14 that stipulates no person or entity other than the owner of the vehicle shall require, request, encourage, or cause a motor vehicle repair shop to install a used part unless such part is from a motor vehicle of the same model, year, age, or newer. First, to limit the options to parts harvested from a vehicle of the same model, year, or newer is short-sighted, and it's not really how the recycled parts industry works. Recycled parts in the same vehicle model series should always be allowed. And just as an example, the best option for a replacement door for, say, a 2014 Ford F-150 pickup truck could be a door from a model year 2010 Ford F-150 pickup truck. The part is interchangeable. It's the same part. I'm sure some of the automotive recyclers testifying today could give you many other examples about the parts interchangeability. And I also encourage you also to visit any of the auto recyclers that you've seen today. And you can see for yourself how it works, the quality control processes, and why the same vehicle model series should always be allowed. Second, recycled parts play a vital role as a check on the increasing price of new OEM parts. That came up a lot earlier. The one representative was talking about her daughter's car. The supply chain issues have already come up, and I think it's clear that our members are meeting this demand. Now is not the time to put baseless restrictions in place that would push recycled OEM parts out of the market. Members of the committee, I ask you to recognize the value, safety, and benefits that recycled OEM parts provide. I think our members have spoken very eloquently about it today. The provisions I highlighted today do a disservice to consumers and are a direct attack on the automotive recycling industry. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jessica, for your testimony and for joining us here today. Like I've said a few times now, there's been a long conversation this afternoon about the right approach that Connecticut should take. There have been a number of issues raised that I think committee members find really engaging and really interesting, and I have my work cut out for me if I'm going to make a recommendation to the rest of the committee.
We're happy to help in any way.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Jessica? Seeing none, thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Ashley Brzezinski.
Hello, I would first like to thank the chairs and members of the committee for your time and consideration today. My name is Ashley Brzezinski and I work at AutoWorks of Westville. We are a collision repair shop located in New Haven, Connecticut. The majority of my role at AutoWorks is consumer-centric, so my approach to this bill is with a focus on my consumers or my customers and what would be in their best interests. My colleagues have already done a great job of discussing what I too have included in my written testimony. So in an effort to avoid redundancy, I would just like to echo that this bill is pro-consumer and would promote safe and proper repairs for the motoring public. Simply put, this bill is ultimately consumer choice. I would like to echo the John Eagle case, as Attorney Parisi previously stated, which addressed what happened when the shop was pressured to not follow OEM repair procedures. The result was tragic. I would also like to address some concerns that have been presented. First, this bill was most certainly not to eliminate the use of recycled parts. Technically speaking, recycled parts can be OEM parts. We regularly use recycled OEM parts at our shop when necessary, appropriate, and safe to do so. If passed, I do not believe the bill would change that. In response to previous comments, I will offer an example that occurs regularly within our shop and many other shops throughout the state at any given time. Recently, we had a Ford Explorer in the shop and the trunk from Ford new was on back order. We located a recycled part instead and offered the customer the option to utilize the recycled part or wait. As the licensed repair professional, we felt utilizing a used part in this instance instead of a new part would not negatively impact the quality or safety of the repair. If passed, this bill would not prohibit the use of recycled parts. Instead, it would help to protect the vehicle owner by giving them and their trusted repair professional the discretion to decide how their vehicle is repaired and returned to pre-loss condition without the pressure from undue outside influences. Second, I would like to note that there are a host of informational videos accessible online that demonstrate crash tests comparing the use of OEM factory parts and utilizing factory repair procedures versus aftermarket parts and not utilizing manufacturer repair guidelines. I would urge the committee to watch these videos, and I would be happy to help provide them with such information. Finally, the opinion that this bill would prohibit the use of aftermarket parts is false. For example, if the vehicle owner wanted an aftermarket part installed on their vehicle and the licensed and trained repair professional that felt that they could use the part without compromising the integrity and safety of the repair, then they would do so. Again, the consumer still has full autonomy regarding their vehicle. In summary, this bill helps determine the proper role of the licensed repair professional without the undue influence from outside sources. It would also give consumers complete choice regarding their vehicle. By involving, informing, and educating the vehicle owner, they will be ultimately empowered to understand and decide how their vehicle is returned to pre-accident condition safely, properly, and in a fashion that serves their best interests. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ashley, for your testimony today. I don't see any questions, so I'll just highlight again that this is an issue that I think a lot of committee members have evidenced questions, concerns about, wanting to get additional information. I will reach out to as many people as I can in the next few days to try and get a broader understanding. So if there's anything missing in your written testimony that you would like to add, or you feel like it helps address questions that were raised earlier today, please feel free to reach out to myself or the clerk and provide that information so that we can consider it moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Next up, we have Cassandra Griffin, followed by Robert Casey. And then Danny Bishop.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, Cassandra.
Okay, great. Can you see me? No.
We can now.
Join as a panel. There we go. Hello. Honorable Chairs Lamar and Haskell, members of the committee, thank you for your service. Thank you for listening to so many comments from so many people. My name is Cassandra Griffin, and I'm calling in from Portland, Oregon, on behalf of a national nonprofit organization working on electric mobility. The organization is called Forth, as in go forth and do good things. I am here to support one word change on page 14 of House Bill 5366, making a very small modification to the definition of the term auto cycle. I have no opinions about auto body repair. I thank you for your service trying to work out complicated things to meet everyone's needs. Connecticut knows that there's urgent need to electrify the transportation system, and this bill can help with that in a small and important way. States across the country passed laws defining the term auto cycle around 2015, including Senate Bill 936 in Connecticut. Those bills exempted users of certain three-wheeled vehicles from motorcycle endorsement requirements and motorcycle helmet requirements in the states that have them. Most of those laws were based on the details of one specific vehicle that had a good lobbyist at the time. And that vehicle never even made it to the market. But other vehicles are making it to the market, and states around the country are revising the auto cycle definitions to be a little bit more flexible and open to innovation in vehicle technology. Many of the original bills specified that auto cycles should have steering wheels because that made them seem more like cars to people. But innovative electric vehicle manufacturers are doing different things with steering technology that weighs less and is more efficient for the use of the space. So we're asking you to change the word to not require that a vehicle have a steering wheel in order to qualify for the auto cycle definition. This revision to the auto cycle definition in 5366 supports innovation in vehicle design. Auto cycle definitions should be based on safety features and handling, not on steering technology, which was mistakenly used as a proxy for whether something feels like a motorcycle. But there are better ways to do that. So please pass this good bill, or at least this good element of this complicated bill. Thank you for your service, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Cassandra, for your testimony today and for highlighting this one specific section and one word change. I think you did a great job evidencing the need for it, and both your written and spoken testimony, and we are very appreciative here. Yeah. Are there any questions for Cassandra? Seeing none, I hope your weather in Portland's a little better than ours is here today.
It is. I just saw, I saw the background on one of the past speakers. I'm sorry, it's sunny here. It's not usually sunny here, but it is sunny here. So
have a great rest of the day.
You all are heroes for listening through and working so hard to solve problems for folks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Danny Bishop. And I believe that is the last person in our room today who has signed up to speak. Danny, are you available? Mr. Clerk, I'm having a hard time elevating Mr. Bishop to panelist. I don't know if he's struggling on his end or if it's on our end.
I'm having some trouble as well, Mr. Chair. I did receive an email or a text message rather. I believe it might be sent to you as well from the lobbyist that Danny Bishop will not be able to testify today. So he might have been logged in on his end.
Terrific. Well, that exhausts those who signed up to speak and to join our meeting today. Mr. Clerk, I'm not recognizing anyone else who has signed up to speak. Are you?
No, I'm not. That appears to be the end of my list.
Thank you very much. So thank you, everyone. That will conclude today's public hearing on a large number of bills that have clearly generated a lot of work ahead of me for the next few weeks. I look forward to a lot of the advice I'm sure I'll receive from many of you on how to handle some of these issues. Senator Haskell, Representative Carney, Senator Summers, I don't know if you have any closing remarks on today.
No, nothing from me. Thanks, Representative Lamar. Really grateful for everyone's testimony.
Seeing no further remarks, we will close this public hearing for today, and we look forward to seeing you all on Friday. Have a great afternoon.